See you. It's been a while.
Yes, sir, it
Your wife's doing okay?
has. Doing well, doing well.
Good.
You can ask for yourself Tuesday.
Pardon?
You can ask for it on Tuesday.
Oh, good.
Yeah, she did.
It's coming for one of them, I don't remember which.
Both of you expressed the two
Yeah, I get you.
respective committees as your first.
And you got an extra pen for the mayor? If this is me, you'd probably say no.
I know. Yes.
Took about half a dozen pins out of my truck yesterday. Yeah, because they're everywhere. Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Lott, a pretty simple process. We have, a few questions for you, nothing too heavy duty. And then ultimately, the last question is, do you have any questions for us? So we want this to be, very open, no hidden agendas anywhere, just fire away at us. So, first is, tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in serving on this committee.
I've been a Temple resident off and on all of my life. My father was in the military, so he left occasionally, but I always came back to Temple. My grandmother was a Temple resident, and that's why we always came back. I've graduated from Temple Junior College and Temple High School.
Yep.
Lived here, working for Temple College for 40 plus years.
Okay.
And during that time, 40 years ago, a lot of our police department came through Temple College, did all their coursework, classwork, as well as the academy at Temple College. I got to learn and know a lot of them from 40 years ago. And haven't lately, unfortunately. I've always admired our police department. I felt they needed the support of the community. And I've always tried to do what I can to do that support. I was especially fond of seeing the Neighborhood Watch program that Officer Perry came out and worked with us in the neighborhood. And every time fortunately, I have had very little need for them, thank goodness. But when I do need them, my wife had her accident, they're always there quickly and on time. And I want to be, with other things that have happened out throughout the world and the nation, I want to be sure that our folks know we support them and we will stand behind them.
What skills, talents, or experience do you think you'd bring to this position?
I have a very logical, open mind. I can see the big picture as well as the little tiny details, and have a fairly good relationship with my community, my particular area, and with folks in general. So I think I have the skills needed to convey what happens at the meetings out to the public, as well as to take from the public into the meetings.
One of your skills also is nice, concise answers. We appreciate that. And then the third and last question that we have for you is, what would you like to accomplish as a board member?
I would like to see our police department and I don't know if this fire and safety also included in the board.
No,
That's a separate board now. So this is strictly our police department.
yes, sir.
I would like to see them not only grow, but their reputation, their image in the community to grow as well. And I'd like to be a part of helping that to happen.
Do you have any questions for us regarding this advisory board?
No, I don't believe I do, other than it's going to be, maybe the makeup of the board, how many is going to be on it, how often.
Good question.
The board, if I can make it.
Yes.
The board is gonna be 9 members. There's gonna be 2 from each district in the city. That's 8, and then 1 at large.
Okay.
So you're District 4.
3.
3, I'm sorry, that's what I meant. I looked at you and said District 4. Okay,
And the meeting time projected is the 6 PM on Tuesdays. Not every Tuesday. The second Tuesday of the month at 6 PM. Excuse me. But that's projected.
Right. So it's once a month.
Well, do you have any family members in the police department or in law enforcement?
Yes, my son is a state trooper in Austin.
In Austin?
Yes.
I probably met him while he was handing me a ticket and didn't even know.
If he was handing you a ticket, you would have had to gone out to East Texas. He started out in Balmorhea.
Yeah.
And since he's moved to Austin, the Austin department, he's gotten off the highway and he's actually the physical trainer
Okay.
for all of the academy, for the DPS Academy.
Came back into headquarters.
Yeah.
Well, that's great. How long has it been a trooper?
Goodness gracious.
Wow.
At least 10 years. He's a sergeant, so it's been at least 10 years.
Super.
He seems to enjoy it.
We made a career out of it.
Yeah, he made a career out of it.
What's your impression of the purpose of this Citizens Police Advisory Commission? What would you like to see it? I mean, you said what you hoped would accomplish as a board member.
Right.
So embroider on that in terms of your vision of the purpose of having such a thing.
I know that and it hasn't happened a lot here in Temple, but it has happened some, that people get the wrong idea about the police. And they get, police have a specific job and they try to do the very best they can when they can. And as having a state trooper in the family, I know that they have to take care of themselves. And so sometimes it appears they're overhanded or
heavy-handed.
heavy-handed. I can think about what I wanted there, or being way too strict with the situation. When in reality, it's to protect themselves and mostly to protect the citizens, not only the citizens that they're talking with or working on, but also the ones around them. So I want to see the public understand why the police have to be the way that they are. And is there improvement, room for them? Absolutely. And we want to be part of helping them improve in their relationships with the public.
Have you had a chance to meet our new police chief?
No, I have not. I have not met our new police chief.
He's really very outgoing. Very, I suspect you
Where's
will.
he from?
Kansas? Yeah, somewhere in Kansas. Very friendly I just find him friendly for a police chief. Not what I expected.
Very caring.
Huh?
Very caring.
Yeah, very caring, very caring.
You mentioned there'll be 9 of us on the board.
Yes, sir.
So will there be representatives from the police department or the council or?
No. The 2 from each district,
Right.
1 at large. Obviously, the chief of police will be involved in the meeting. He may bring some of his folks in, make presentations and et cetera, I would assume. I think the ex officio members of it are, hang on just a second. I saw that someplace. City manager and chief of police are there the 2 ex officio members.
Okay.
And that's the only ones that are officially going to be at all meetings. But there certainly might be some other individuals who call in to different meetings for different purposes.
So the city manager or the chief will be one setting the agenda
Yes.
discussions.
Well, Ken, that's a good question. This branding committee and it hasn't met before.
Right.
I would assume they would either work and do that, or y'all would appoint a chairman who would work with them, to a chairperson, work with them to do. You know, that's something gonna have to be invented as we've invented this.
I think that I would be very surprised if the commission felt there was a need for X, Y, Z as an agenda item, that it wouldn't be addressed and looked at, and perhaps maybe not just an agenda item, but an issue that need to be looked at. The whole point of this development of all these boards and commissions and upgrading is a reciprocity working together, not just the city telling the citizens that are on the committees,
Right.
A, B, and C, but A, B from them, C, that kind of thing. You understand what I mean?
Any of the board members submit questions and topics that they think that needs to be discussed and or resolved. Obviously, the board has no authority,
It is an advisory board, you're right.
advisory board, so they don't get to make any decisions for anybody, but they certainly do get to make influence or recommendations to the chief, city manager, right?
Yes.
Which would eventually get to the city council if it
Right.
makes city council action. Yes.
It's really, the way I look at it is, it's the board, the advisory board that will assist with communication between the city and the citizens, but then also from the citizens up to the city. So we want it to be a very much a two-way conduit of info, to just be sure everyone understands what's going on. So I'm very excited about this board.
And understands it.
One aspect- Go ahead, go ahead.
Just and understands it precisely the way you were outlining on the citizens' needs, but also the view from the policeman's needs.
Another, though, interesting and I think very important aspect of it, I'll just read it. The commission may evaluate critical incident information or incidents of significant public interest as allowed by the laws and rules of evidence and make recommendations to the city chief of police. So it is feasible this advisory board will see information and be involved, not in investigation, but in understanding things and making recommendations. So that takes it a step higher in my mind than just a PR publication or promotion type thing. We have had incidents, as you are well aware, that that kind of involvement and input from a citizens group could be beneficial to the community.
True, but there's also the incidents mentioned. Unless there's resolution already made, you can't really discuss things with outsiders about that might have litigation still
That's
outstanding.
right, within the rules.
Yeah,
of
A lot of folks
evidence.
don't understand that. They want to talk about, no, I can't talk to you about that because.
Yeah.
And they are trying to hide stuff, well, you're not, you just can't do it. It's against
Things
the law.
can't do and things can't do.
Exactly. So, and I understand. that.
All right, that's all we've got for you, sir.
All right.
Well, thank you very
Unless
much.
you have things in it more,
No.
No.
It's
Good to see you.
Like any other end of a job interview, I assume you would let me know.
we're doing this, as Tim explained to somebody yesterday, one applicant, about a 2-week process
Oh, yeah.
when we go through all of the applicants for every board and commission, and then we'll sit down as a group and go through, make decisions on each one. So you won't hear from us for what, at least 2 weeks?
Yes, yeah, at least, yeah, because we're interviewing for 16 boards and this is
Yeah.
the second one.
So what I saw.
Yeah. So we
Essentially
still got
16
lots to
days in a
do.
row.
And
And there are 19 people today.
before you can let them know, you do have to vote on it. You're not at the council meeting. It has to be on the agenda and you vote on
Okey doke.
it. All right.
Thank you,
Thank you
sir.
very much.
Thank you, guys.
Have a good weekend.
You
Say
too.
hi to Sandra.
I will.
How mobile is she now?
She's quite mobile.
She's more mobile than I am.
I'm doing well, how are you?
Fine, thanks.
Real quick introductions. Go ahead, Susan.
Oh, sorry, Susan Long. Judy Morales.
Tim Davis.
Wendell Williams.
So you reside in District 4.
Correct.
All right. So, pretty simple process. We've got we've got 3 questions for you.
Okay.
And then, after that, you can ask us anything you'd like.
Okay.
So
Not anything.
I'll tell you the truth too. Yeah.
I
right.
agree, anything.
So question number one, this is the easy one. Tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in serving on this Citizens Police Advisory Commission.
Okay, so I originally graduated from Belton, moved back here in 2011 with my wife. So married, I've got a 6-year-old at Tarver. I've got an almost 2-year-old downtown at First Christian Church, and my wife's about to have her 3rd in August.
Okay.
Been involved in the community quite a bit through my church, Vista. I've been looking to serve on a board in some capacity, and I really just recently redid my application because I didn't realize you had to redo them.
Yeah.
And this one was new on there. I've got a few friends that are in the community, and I kind of asked them about it. And they're like, yeah, we don't really know what all we're gonna do with that, but it's new and,
We don't either. by the way.
yeah. Well, that would have been one of my questions, wouldn't it? But really just like to serve the community as well. Taking that to another level too, running for school board too, so. Adding more things to my plate.
Does your wife know all this?
She does know all this. She does know all of this.
Good
So,
question.
yeah, she does. And she's on board, so. My wife serves at the church, but with the 2 kids, like, we both can't. Somebody's gotta be there and doing whatever, and then somebody else has to get the kids to the church, so she's been serving in that capacity, and I've been looking for areas to serve outside of that.
2 3/4 kids.
2 3/4 kids, kind of, well, 2 1/3, really.
Yeah, Better, yes. More than 3/4.
Yeah.
She would be excited if it was 3/4 at this point.
She would. She's not really looking forward to a summer full-time pregnancy.
No.
My son was born in October, so this is kind of the second go around.
Yeah.
on that.
So, Mr. Coates, what skills, talents, or experience do you think that you would bring to this position if you were chosen?
So, growing up here most of my life, I'm really familiar with the area. I'm familiar with a lot of people. I'm familiar with how the city runs, kind of how things have gone. I'm involved in, I keep current with the news. I know some of the stuff that has gone on with our police department and some of our citizens and some of the actions some citizens put out there to try to get some change in the police department. So I'm aware of that stuff that's going on. All of my personal interactions have been positive, but that's not to say that there's not ways to do things better. And with my job, so I do energy consulting for Amos. I meet with a ton of different people from all different walks of life. I get a lot of different ideas from those. Very open-minded. One that's locked into my ways. I do have a set of beliefs that I run by, but other than a couple of hard, fast facts that I won't waver from, the rest of it's pretty open for interpretation. And I want to do what's best for our community and the family that I have, young and coming up in this community, that I hope comes back and stays here again one day. So,
What would you like to accomplish as a board member?
I guess that would really depend on what the board does. Since those really haven't been hashed out yet, but I'm not exactly sure what all the board's gonna cover. I would like to see us be a destination for officers. So we're recruiting the best talent that we can possibly get, we're paying them adequately to stay here, and they're getting the proper training to serve the citizens the way that they deserve to be served. And from the community standpoint, that our streets are safer, our homes are safer, our businesses are safer, and the interactions that people are having with police officers are positive, even though they might be not the most positive situations. Right.
Sure.
But the interaction is a positive experience, even though it may not be the best day of your life if you're on the other end of the visit. I know there's been a lot of stuff nationally, I guess, police departments. We had an incident here that very well could have blown up like some of the other ones did. Fortunate, I guess, that that didn't make as much national media attention as some of the other shootings and stuff that happened around the nation. But we can do better, and our citizens deserve better. And I'd like to make sure we implement strategies to make that happen.
Do you have any questions for us?
Yeah, so one big one is, like, when is this going to be? Because I know there's never been like a meeting date. What's the?
Second Tuesday at 6 o'clock, is that right?
Second Tuesday of each month
Okay,
at 6 PM projected.
okay. But just if, because if I get elected to the school board, that stuff there's one day. So I
yes.
don't want that to be a conflict.
Right.
Yeah, sounds like it wouldn't be.
Have you ever run for office before? This
I
your
have
first
not.
time?
It's my first time.
Yeah.
I actually looked at doing it several years ago, and I guess it would have been 3 years or 3 terms. And the deadline to register had already passed.
Hmm.
And my wife and I got to talk about it. I just happened to pull it up, and I was like, oh, our area's up. And I had time. I guess I was meant to look at it this time.
Yeah.
You know,
Good for
so-
you.
yeah.
Good
Are you
luck with that.
enjoying running?
I haven't really gotten crazy with it yet. Elections
It's a
are
little
late.
early, yeah.
Yeah, election, earlier voting was late April.
Yeah.
So I've got signs being made and stuff now. Been talking to some community people and stuff.
Opposed or unopposed?
Hmm?
Opposed or unopposed?
Opposed, yeah. Chris Floor is the incumbent, so I'm really good.
So you're running against an incumbent. Why are you running against an incumbent?
Why?
Mhm.
So again, I've been interested in learning previously. I don't know Chris or anything personally. I don't know whether he's done a good job or a poor job for our area. I think I'm very representative of area 4. A lot of us are, mid-30s to mid-40s, young families. And then growing up in Belton ISD, I've got a lot of people I know that are still teachers there, administrators there. And I really think that we can make a difference. And I don't like people run unopposed either. So I like people to have a choice.
Yes,
And whether that choice ends up being me or not, that's okay. You still gave them a choice.
sure.
Anything else?
I don't think so. No, I mean, unless y'all have a clear plan on kind of what the commission's gonna cover, what's the oversight gonna look like? What are the real duties that you're looking for from members of the commission?
Well, ultimately, this is, it's an advisory committee. So, you'll have opportunities to, again, what I told the first interview is the way I view this board is it's a board. Hopefully we have lots of people the people that serve on the board are, they know lots of people in the community, because I view it as a way for the citizens through the board members to communicate up into the police department. And then ultimately for the police department to be able to communicate back down through the board members into the citizenry. So I see it as very collaborative, very communicative board. And there it's advisory, it's not oversight.
Right.
So, which the chief has made that, very clear that it's a way to communicate and work together.
Right.
So, but we've not done it before, so this is a new one. So it'll be interesting to see what all of that ultimately ends up looking like.
What was the reasoning for putting it
Really, in my opinion, and the reason why I thought that we needed something was because, frankly, the McElhaney shooting, we didn't, in my opinion, again, I'm not speaking for everybody, I'm speaking for Tim Davis. The city did not have a good way to communicate the city's viewpoint and the reasons why maybe some things weren't coming out as quickly as a number of the citizens wanted them to. And we didn't have a good way to say that other than simply, with the newspaper or something like that. So, so from that deficit, we, decided it would be, that this could be a useful board.
Totally understand.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
All right.
Mr.
You need
Poston,
to check-
the rule we made up 2 members from each council district.
Right.
So that's 8 of the 9 members in one part.
Mhm.
And the chief and city manager would be ex officio members. And if I recall correctly, Tim, the conversation I had with the chief, correct me if I'm wrong, he had a similar board to this in the community he came from before we came to Temple.
Yep.
And he found it a very effective way to get citizens' input to the top of the police department. And for that to help him, policies and procedures and things along those lines get feedback. Plus, to Tim's point, this group will have the ability to evaluate critical incident information, what they can by law, to help the chief maneuver through that aspect of how that can be addressed with the community. So police and the fire were in one committee called Emergency Services. It's split off now, police by itself, fire by itself. So that might help a little bit understand the basics.
Second,
Which means that this is new, but not
not
revolutionary,
Right.
new, in that it's half of what you existed before. Have you had a chance to meet our new police chief?
I have not, I've heard lots of good things.
He's very, very personable, very nice.
That I've heard from us, that even the officers that I know that have worked there are very, very happy with that.
Probably gonna be meeting with quite a few, different boards and committee. So it'll probably be sometime in early April. Hopefully we'll get back to you.
Oh, yeah, that's,
Yeah.
okay,
Mr. Coach, do you have any family relatives that are police
I
officers?
do not.
You don't see any conflict, or do you see any conflict with the fact that you're friends with a number of police officers?
I called a couple of them too, nothing on their own.
I actually see it as a plus.
Well, I think you get different perspectives.
Yes.
You know, and the ones I know are in varying ranks too, so, you know.
How do you know, how do you,
I went to school with most of them. Yeah.
okay,
So, a lot of them are ex-felony graduates, so we just know each other.
good. I didn't
And
know
I've
we
met
had-
some of them, like, we sponsored, they only had it one time now, but like, they had the Blue Santa Golf Tournament.
Uh-huh.
We sponsored that. And I met several of them that, that I've had another few places that are sheriff's officers. And they all kind of intermingle, so ended up being a couple of them at the lake on their off day, whatever. You know. Some of them are closer friendships than others.
Sure,
I know a good bit of them.
good.
All right, very good.
All right,
Thank you,
We
sir.
There you go.
appreciate you
Pleasure meeting you.
coming
Good
in.
luck in your life.
thank you.
Have a good weekend.
If you're in area 4, I can use your vote.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Thank you. Pleasure to meet all you guys.
Thank you. So what district is Mr. Helene? Well, sir, we appreciate you being on time today. Pretty simple process. We just want to talk to you a little bit. You talk back to us. We have 3 kind of set standard questions that we're asking everybody. So the first one is, if you would, please tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in serving on this Citizens Advisory.
Leonard Helene is my name, and I'm retired Navy. Spent over 30 years in uniform, active in reserve. Retired out in 2011, been disabled almost pretty much ever since, 100% disabled, year disabled. Fully retired, don't work, but I can volunteer. I'm only get involved in my, in a few of these activities. I also am on I support the local police committee for the John Birch Society.
Okay.
And I want, that was kind of my gateway in, hopefully to to look at things and see how things are run and make sure that, people don't, jump to conclusions before all the facts are laid out in many cases.
How long have you lived in Temple?
Well, I kind of grew up here back in the 70s. I enlisted back in the Reagan of 81 after I got married. And I'm still married. I had 40 years this year. I came back here in 87 after I got first time with the service in the reserve until 99. Got recalled back into the military, which is right back over to Japan. I was served about a year over there, and then I was in San Diego for like 10 years. And I came back here finally after I retired in 2011. They said, "You're getting too old, go home." I said, "Well, give me a paycheck now." So they did, and I did.
Okay. What skills, talent, or experience would you bring to this position, do you think?
Administrative, I did a lot of administration work in the service, a lot of computer work, as a matter of fact. I think this will call for that though. I do like to listen and to, like I said, forego any preconceived notions. That's probably the biggest asset I could bring is to forego any preconceived notions. Before anything, if an incident happens.
You said something about that in your first sentence, but I didn't quite understand what you said. You talked with somebody about learning about.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on it. I support the local police committee with the Don Birch Society, part of the Tea Party movement.
Okay.
And I thought this would be a good gateway into community activities,
Okay.
so I could learn more about procedures that the city follows.
Okay. So you learned about the committee through the Tea Party.
Yes.
I got it.
Yes.
That's what I didn't
Yes.
understand.
Yes.
Thank you.
What would you hope to accomplish as a board member?
Healthy debates, informed decisions.
What kind of debates?
Debates are based solely on a complete transparency or evidence that we,
On an issue?
yeah, and any kind of issue
I
that comes up, yes, yes.
First of all, thank you for your service.
Oh, that's sir.
Appreciate that very much. Do you have any relatives in law enforcement?
No, I do not.
Have you met our new police chief?
I've only seen him on TV, but I haven't met him, no ma'am.
Do you know, have any contact with police people who are in the police department now?
Not locally. I think R.S. Vado well, I got my degree over here at A&M, college degree, my bachelor's. I went there for a couple of years, and I think I met R.S. Vado over there. He went to Austin after he left A&M, Texas, to Austin, and now I've worked in Houston. So I know a little bit about him, but that's basically what I did.
Okay. Are you a supporter of Acevedo's or not?
I think he's, I think he's done a pretty good job, transparency wise. I've seen more of the Clinton County Sheriff McNamara a lot more often. He seems to be a lot more really transparent as far as that community goes. Only recently, I think I have seen where I'm getting emails. When as been city council or of any kind of instance that happens, whether it be a fire locally or whether it be a police action or activity locally, I get email about it on my computer. Preliminary.
Yeah.
Email.
Okay. Do you have any particular questions for us?
I think you're looking to convene in June or July. Is that what it said?
We are hoping to have Kenna, when are we supposed to have these seat? May?
Yes.
Yeah.
We'll have it we'll make it when it's April.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
So,
All right.
at
That's
the
fine.
earliest, it would be May.
Okay.
And this committee is slated to meet on the second Tuesday. It's not locked in stone yet, but on the second Tuesday of the month at 6 p.m.
Okay.
So, yeah, and we'll, it'll probably be at least 3 weeks before you hear something back.
Okay.
We're going through about a 2-week interview process for all boards, and then we as a council will decide who's going to serve where, and then ultimately we'll need to vote on it. So,
Okay.
So be patient with us.
No problem. I've got all the time in the world, sir.
All right. Well, very good. Well, thank you for coming in and being on time. Very much appreciate it.
Okay. I thank you much, ladies and
Thank
gentlemen.
you.
Thank you so very much.
Nice to
We
meet you.
appreciate
Take care.
your time.
Ma'am, are you still, North Side District?
No, I'm District 2, South End.
Okay, you're mine. I think mine. Right, I live off South Fifth.
You're
William
in
Hill.
District 3, and I'm your representative.
Oh, you are. I apologize.
But
Sorry.
I'm
I should know my
District
districts.
4. That's okay. I should have known you. You didn't necessarily need to know me. But it's a pleasure to meet you.
Yes, ma'am. It's a pleasure to meet the, office, well, most of the city council.
Yeah.
I think.
Thank you for missing voice.
Yeah, I thought so. I think I've been to a couple of meetings and, but it's been a while.
Yeah, it has been.
Well, we were here for 3.5 hours yesterday and 5.5 hours today. Every once in a while you get a chance to miss.
Oh, wow. Yeah. You guys but tired. As long as you keep that city business as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
So much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So number one, Benny, is, first question, is tell us a little bit about
And
yourself.
I give this to y'all, y'all pass
Oh, sure,
around while
sure.
we're talking, it tells you a little bit about me.
Thank you.
So, and that, the question is, tell us a little bit about yourself and why you were interested in serving on this committee.
Well, of course, y'all know I'm Benny Walsh, I'm the president of NAACP here. I'm originally from Kansas City, Missouri. Been here for 10 years now. Moved down here because I got married, and the lady I got married to was living here, so I decided to move down here. I retired from chief of security for a big banking firm in Kansas City, Missouri.
Huh.
And
I didn't know that.
head deacon of operations for my church there. We had 1,500 members. And so I was real busy. And so I decided to retire. My wife said, "Oh, yeah, you need to move back down here," because she was living in Troy at the time. And she said, "You can start relaxing and taking it easy."
So how'd that work for you? You're bad. You're not good at that.
It didn't. So I tried it for a year and I just got so bored. And I went to a meeting with Mr. McLean, and I told him the story that I moved out. He said, "Well, if you want to hang with me, that's not going to work. Retirement's not going to work." So I said, "Well, what can I do?" And he said, "Just get busy in the community and make things happen." And that's what I've been doing. That's why I'm here, to try to make things happen, try to make it a better community for everybody, not just people of color, for everybody.
Benny, were you part of NAACP in Missouri?
I've been part of the NAACP since I was 13,
Oh, wow.
and I'm 70 now. So it's been a long time. My auntie in Kansas City, Missouri, she was the president of NAACP there.
Really?
So she recruited me at 13 years old. I've been there ever since. I just want to be a part of what's happening here at Temple. I see a lot of changes. When I moved here 10 years ago, it was real small, real kind of country to me, coming from Kansas City. But now I see a great change and things are looking good for Temple. But that's it in a nutshell. I can tell you a whole bunch of other stuff.
Sure. Okay. The next one is, what skills, talents, or experience do you think that you would bring to serving on this board?
Like I said, I've been with the NAACP for years. I served at my church, head deacon of operation. I had 87 deacons that were under me, and besides the 180 ministries that we had there. And so I was busy. I have good leadership skills, I believe. And once you look through there, it shows you some of the things that I have done in leadership and trainings that I have. So I have good skills in leadership. I believe I know how to talk to people and communicate with most anybody. If you don't like me, then you got problems, because I really know how to communicate. And I don't mind saying what I feel is right. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But if I'm right, I'm right. And I'm just a good person that I believe I am.
Okay, good. What would you like to accomplish as a board member? Or maybe a better way to ask that is, what do you think needs to be accomplished with this committee?
Well, the committee that I applied for and which y'all interviewed for is the police academy.
Yes,
In my
sir.
training, I have plenty of skills in that area. Being in Kansas City, working with the chiefs there, and I got recommendations from the chiefs there about my skills and things I do. I believe I can help unify the police department. When I first got here, it was a lot of division with the community and the police department. And since I have been president of the NAACP, I believe we have broken some of those barriers that we had earlier. And I believe I can help break those barriers and bring us more united, make it a better city for everybody.
You have something specific in mind that you'd like to see change happen, or
Yeah, Chief Reynolds and I talked a lot, so did Metro. Didn't have a good relationship with Smith. That was his fault. But Mitchell and I had a good relationship, and Reynolds and I have a good relationship. Transparency. I think the police department has to be transparent. If they want the community to accept them and be part of the growth and communicating, they have to be more transparent. And I have been talking with Chief Reynolds about it since he's been here. And that's what is really needed. You know, police departments, it's not just Temple, police departments everywhere. As always in the past, consider themselves separate. We are there to police you, not to have a relationship with you. And I see that in Chief Reynolds, that he wants to have a good relationship with the community. And that's what I think is the main thing that needs to happen.
How do you handle, not you specifically, how do you, one, handle the need for transparency, the community's request for transparency, and the legal requirements of the police department to keep in an investigation things, not reveal things as an investigation is going on while you've got the legal process in play? How do you translate that to the community, bring people together so that everyone understands that?
You just have to communicate with them and tell them the truth, you know, not try to hide things from them. We know even in the NAACP, we don't tell the members everything we do. That's just not how it works. You have to have some things that are amongst the board or amongst the police department that you can't tell. When it comes to legal terms and things like that, you can't step over the line. If you step over the line, then you can destroy the whole plan that you're trying to do and the community's trying to do.
So how do you get the community to understand that you want to be as transparent as you can be, the police department wants to be.
Right.
They're just hampered from a legal standpoint, because then the community says you're holding back information.
You have to talk to them. You just have to talk to them. As I was talking with one of the police officers earlier today, and what I told him is he wants me to help him talk to students at the high school about police, what they do, and the legal type stuff. So what happens is, once we establish that relationship, I say we, I mean the community and the police department. The community gets the stuff from the police department. They deliver it to the community. They have a way of talking to the community that the police cannot talk to the community about. And that's the same thing. When we deliver stuff to the police department that's supposed to be just for the police department, they know how to deliver it to the police department. Because the policemen are more to talk to the policemen than they would talk to a community leader. Community people are more like to talk to the community than they will the police department.
Sure.
So that's what has to happen. It's just communication. You know, people are not ignorant. They know that you can't tell them everything. It's just how you deliver it. And the community can deliver it better than a police department can to the community.
Which would be part and parcel of setting up commissions like this, helping to aid in that communication.
Yes, as I told you, I was talking to a policeman earlier, and I told him that the city is doing a great job by doing this, putting people with the community out there. So they're basically is going to be delivering a message for the city that sometimes the city cannot deliver or cannot say everything, but the community know how to talk. We just know how to communicate.
You know that, and I know, because you and I have talked about it, that was the thing that we lacked with Mr. Dean's death.
Right.
Is we didn't have a way to get that information into the community from community members.
Right.
Right? Because even if the exact same words are used, the community
Just
hears it
hear it
differently,
Yes.
depending on who it comes from. So,
Right.
Really this board, Vinny, is, the reason why you're sitting there and interviewing for this board is because of the Michael Dean death and our lack of a way to communicate with the community.
Right.
So whether, whether you're put on this board or not, I want to thank you for the work you did with both, you know, the city and really the county with, Mr. Dean's death, because that was difficult for everybody.
Yes.
And, we weren't always on the same team.
Right.
Right? You
Right.
called me out a few times.
Right.
That's okay.
Right.
That's
We did that to each other, right? Yeah,
But we were always on the template,
that's it.
right?
Yeah.
We could have had, under different circumstances, different relationships, that could have gone much worse.
Mhm.
And it's because of our desire for better relationships that we're doing this.
Right.
So.
Yep.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate you for that
Yeah,
very
Yeah.
much.
and you know, and I appreciate you, Tim, because you didn't have to listen to a word I was saying. You could have said, this is the city policy, this is what we're gonna do. But that's not the way he operated. That made the difference that we were able to kill that.
Yep. We're all gonna be, Mr. Dean's death was a tragedy. Almost said, we're all gonna be better because, no, we're not better because of Mr. Dean, but we can work through it.
Right.
And
We
improve.
learned from the incident.
So I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions for us?
No, I really don't. Like I said, I know everybody and we've been part of working together and I know what the commission is about. And like I said, I talk with Chief all the time. You know, we are straightforward with one another. I tell him some things I don't like and he tells me, this is the way it's done. We have to work through it. And we have been working through it.
I appreciate you bringing the booklet,
Thank you.
because I
Very informative.
don't know any of those things without flipping through it. It's been very long, obviously, but thank you. That was very, useful and helpful.
Thank you.
It shows you've been involved.
Oh, I've been involved.
You've been out there.
Long time. My wife tells me to slow down, but every time I try something else comes along
That's right.
My guess is you're gonna have to get a
and.
Yes.
Yeah,
bigger dope. Get this back to you.
So, meeting a little off topic from this, I saw where there was an announcement that Jenny Gregg passed.
Yes.
Is that Gregory Gregg's,
Genevieve,
Genevieve? Okay.
uh,
Is that Gregory Gregg's?
cousin,
Okay,
that's their first cousin, her Virginia,
okay,
Virginia Lee. That's
Okay.
Virginia Lee. You know, Greg and Virginia Lee, they're brothers and sisters.
so I didn't know that.
They're brothers and
Okay.
sisters, yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's Virginia's,
First cousin.
okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Her Virginia's cousin was married to Genevieve.
I got you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right,
All right.
how's everything in NAACP?
Everything's good. We're busy. You got the flyer, I guess.
I mean, we were just talking about that when you came in.
Yeah. so-
Now, one thing that I don't, and I didn't read it word for word yet,
Right.
but is it going to be live this year?
No, it's not gonna
Okay,
be.
so
live.
doing virtual, okay.
The National Association is not allowing us to do anything in person yet.
Oh, okay,
It may be about that day, but
Yeah,
that then
not
they're
now.
not changing.
Right. All right, well, good,
All right.
appreciate it.
Thank y'all.
See you.
Good day.
Thank you for your interest.
You're welcome.
Very much.
Thank you. Thank you. This is the last day for
Well, spring
spring break.
Yeah.
So kids are kind of wound up today. I totally forgot because when I ran out of the building, said, let me get down here to City Hall. So I went to City Hall instead of coming over here.
Don't worry about it. I do that every time we have a meeting. I go along.
Yeah. All right. Y'all have a good
All
day.
right. See you.
Have a good weekend, sir.
You too.
And a good week.
Actually, don't do bad, running only 5 minutes behind so far.
For us, that's wonderful.
That is. So let us real quickly go
For
around.
us, that's wonderful.
Oh, well, I know, I saw the 15-minute increments and I said, ooh, that's a tight.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So do you know everybody?
I don't
Hi,
think so.
Susan Long.
Okay,
Nice
Kim
to
White,
meet you,
good
Kim.
to meet you.
Glad to have you.
Yes, yes,
Wendell Wade.
yes, Kim White, okay.
So Kim, in case everyone's not familiar, give us a quick 2-minute description of the form.
Okay, so my husband and I started the 411 House in 2017. We just saw a need we were really connected with youth and families in East Temple already through multiple volunteer organizations, but we saw a need for them to have more to do, just a place to go, something to do, people to connect with, mentorship, experiences, and so kind of a long story of how it all happened, but now we operate out of a house in East Temple, and it kind of serves as a hub for the kids to come to. We're about to hire a program director, which will allow us to do a lot more activities, but we were meeting every single week and just providing mentorship and field trips and different things for kids that just don't have access to that.
East side mostly.
East
Kiddos,
side,
right.
yes, sir.
How do you get the kids? Or
They
how do
walk.
they- No, I mean, how do they find you? How do you find them?
So it was built, we really created it for specific kids that we knew already. Some of
Okay.
them were involved in the juvenile services. And so we knew probably about 25 or 30 kids and their families personally. And so it really started based off of those relationships. And then word spread, and now we have over 50 kids on our.
And how did you know those kids?
I was involved in an organization called Young Lives.
I remember now. I
Okay.
read about you in the paper
Oh, okay.
several times, but I couldn't remember that detail. And I
Yeah,
was-
so Young Lives, Raymond Manor, and
Right.
then we started the 411 House, so.
The district is Ms. White.
Four.
Just in case you didn't know. we-
Yes, and I
Three
did.
times.
Yeah. I mean, I had to look it up, but I did.
This commission has two members from each, will have two members from each district.
Okay,
And one at large and two ex officio, the police chief and the city manager.
okay.
So, I'm sorry, no, go ahead.
All the boards and commissions that we're interviewing for at this point are not going to be represented that way, but this one is.
Oh, okay.
Just want to be sure we get a good cross section.
Yes, I like that.
So, pretty simple, gonna ask you 3 questions.
Can I just interrupt one more time? I think we need to make notes to ourselves that although she lives in District 4, in many ways, she would be representing District 1.
I made a note to that. effect.
2, sorry.
So,
I can't keep the district straight.
Right.
So you already told us a little bit about yourself, but why are you interested in serving on this particular board?
So kind of like we were just talking about, I really feel like I kind of live in two worlds and I have for many years. And so it's given me a really interesting perspective. You know, I have seen the way that our kids and families in East Temple view the police. But, you know, I didn't grow up that way and I didn't have that perception. And so obviously I kind of experienced that other world too, but it's been really eye-opening for me. And I think it hasn't been like a fingers pointing, you know, one side is doing everything wrong and the other side's doing everything right. It's been just a real opportunity where I think a lot of times we're all kind of saying the same things, but we don't realize it. And so, yes. And so the idea of actually having a committee that is a diverse representative of the city coming together with a common purpose to actually look deeply into what some of the misunderstandings or what some of the issues might be. That's just, I mean, that's my wheelhouse. Like I love that concept. And I think that it can really provide good results and better understanding for the whole community.
So we were just talking with Benny Walsh and he basically said the same thing.
Oh, did
It's
he?
all in who's delivering it, how it's delivered. Same words.
Yes.
Anything else on that?
I do, when you said that I would kind of represent District 2 also, one of my hesitations in applying though was that I did not want to, since I do live in District 4 and I don't want to take the place of someone that would be on this committee in District 2, if that makes sense. And I don't even know if that's an option, but I just want to say that's not my intention. And
That would.
okay.
I mean, the fact that you have activity and involvement. in
Okay.
District 2 is a plus, but you would be appointed as a representative of District 4.
Okay.
That wouldn't
I
replace
missed, I
somebody.
overstated.
No, that's okay. I hesitated to even apply, and then when I saw how it was broken down, I thought, oh, well, I'm in District 4, and so, but I just wanted to make sure.
No, but I think that's, it's, as Wendell is saying, that's, you would be counted for District 4, but your life in many ways in vis-a-vis this commission would be
Right.
District 2.
Right,
And the kind of work you do there.
right.
I don't mean to say that's your only life, but that
No,
part of your life,
it's a big part of my
that
life.
passion part of your life.
Yes,
You know, another way to look at that, Brent Williams, who's the executive director of the Ralph Wilson Youth Club.
yes,
If he was applying for this, he lives in Queen, but if he was applying for this and happened to live in District 4, you could look at him as representing the entire city because he deals with those kids
right,
every day.
right.
So that's kind of the spirit of that.
Yes, okay, just wanted to clarify.
You've already touched on this a little bit, but what skills, talent, or experience would you bring to this position? Anything you want to add? May I ask you, what is your educational background, just out of curiosity?
Yeah, so I have a bachelor's in psychology and a minor in business.
Okay.
And then my master's degree is in counseling.
You've been busy.
I have. So I do love, I mean, I think one of my skills and passions is the group dynamic and kind of bringing a group together and looking at a common purpose and working towards that, and also trying to stay on task with what the actual purpose is. I think a lot of times we try to tackle, or we try to sit around and talk about and complain about things that we don't like, but at some point you have to realize what you can actually change and what you can't, and then, you know, and then decide what you're actually going to try to change and start taking steps towards that. So I love that process of a group coming together with a common goal and a common purpose and taking those practical steps to make that happen. And then I think too, I think because of my experience, I do understand the spirit, the importance of the spirit in which the way things are communicated. And I know that, you know, a big part of this is better communication amongst the police department and the community. And so I think that I kind of understand what the spirit of some of that communication might need to be, if that makes sense.
I think you've already answered some of this also, but what would you like to accomplish as a board member?
I mean, I would like to establish, you know, kind of what this, I know generally what the purpose of the board is, but, you know, and I don't know if it will be told to us or if it's kind of our decision of what the specific, you know, items would be or what we're working towards. But I think if I'm just kind of throwing some ideas out, I mean, communication would be one. And I think understanding, I think that the board, I mean, even the board and the community need to really understand some of the policies and things that already exist, and then kind of what could be changed or added. So I would hope to kind of identify some of those things and then come up with practical steps to make this happen and to communicate those. And obviously a big passion of mine and all of that is juveniles, because I've seen really close up hand or up close and personal what that looks like and what it looks like for kids to be in that system. And I think there are some really practical ways. I know it's not the police department's job to, provide a lot of things for juveniles, but I think there are some really simple, practical ways that a partnership can be formed there.
One of the things that the city is trying to do along with chief, and he's very much in favor of this, is reinstituting what's called the COPS program, community oriented policing. And basically what it is it's getting out in the community
Right,
and building relationships with those kids and,
Right.
with whoever's willing to build a relationship so that when something negative does happen, that's not the only impression that someone, and I say a younger person, is going to have in the police department
right.
because they've built something over time. So
Right.
that's something that we're really looking forward to.
Have you met our police chief?
I have, yes. He actually reached out to me, which I was very impressed by, and we went to coffee and had a great talk, so.
This is actually a program that he recommended. He had the same program in his prior position.
Okay,
So he's familiar with it, and how it benefited him there, and he sees it
Okay.
really being a good fit here.
yes, I love that. And, he's very aware of some of the dynamics with our kids and families, but he offered, he said, I want you to know that the police department is here for you guys, however we can be. We're not gonna force ourselves on you, but when the time is right and when you feel like we can start doing something, which I really appreciated, just that offer and that understanding too of some of the difficulties with it. But yeah, big fan of community policing programs.
Is there anything you want to ask us?
I guess I did just have a question just about how practically the committee would kind of be set up and how specific the objectives would be and kind of time commitments and those sorts of things.
So the meetings right now are planned for the second Tuesday of each month at 6 p.m.
Okay,
So monthly meetings.
okay,
The city will drive a lot of the, in the beginning, the city will drive a lot of the agenda and a lot of the workflow. But ultimately, this will be a collaborative committee. There will be opportunities if something negative were to happen in the community, then that would be an opportunity for Chief Reynolds to give that committee additional information. And hopefully then to be able then for those committee members to push that information into the community correctly, the right communication piece to the right people,
right,
ultimately leads to better communication. So, but then also, we're going to task that committee with communicating up to the police department also about things that they know and they see that could use improvement. So really, I view it, the thing I'm most excited about it is it hopefully will become a two-way conduit for communication into the community and then up into the city. So that, I know that that's not very specific, but ultimately, I think the meat will be put on the bone, so to speak, the longer this committee works together.
right.
So, and obviously council, if y'all have any additional thoughts, that's great.
Just to give you a sense of the importance we feel about this, there currently is an emergency services committee
Okay,
that does this, quote unquote, for both the fire department and police department in one committee.
okay,
We came to the realization we needed to split that off. They're two different functions. They're viewed differently. So the emergency services committee will still exist and still work with EMS and the fire department and the issues related there to public safety. But now we'll have a special commission made up of 2 members of each district and 1 person at large to work with the police department on procedures and policies, and best practices, and all of these type things that give the chief feedback, and then they can advise the council the things they'd like to see about.
I love that. I appreciate you all making the effort to form this committee because I think it's really important. And I know it, Bishop McBride's church, I appreciated what you said, how you owned, there were just some things that we were unprepared for and we didn't know how to respond to. And so I really appreciated that. And then to see the city take efforts and doing something about it. So.
Yeah.
Thank you for your work.
To do it, yes. We're about to hire someone, a full-time program director, so I'm
Well,
excited about that.
so where's your funding come from?
the community. Individuals, businesses.
And just willing to give. That's great.
Can I ask you, how closely you work with the city rec, with the Wilson rec being so close?
I know Miranda really well,
Yeah.
and we've tried to kind of partner with things. But I mean, there hasn't been a lot of practical partnerships, but we're there and in communication.
Yeah, somewhere we expect that to happen.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's great.
All right.
All right.
Anything else before we
Don't
cut you
think so.
loose?
Don't think so. Thank
Okay.
you all.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Nice weekend.
Thank you.
Y'all too.
He's here. Yes. Ladies, are y'all okay?
You just need to stand with it.
Gotta stand.
Okay.
I would take a 5-minute, let's stand break.
Okay, that's great. I'll tell you one thing about Miss Black. Are we live over there, Janet?
That's right. If you're comfortable, take it off and take a deep breath. Right.
Most of us have had our shots, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Jenna, have you had your shot?
Yes, sir.
Good for you. All right, pretty simple process.
All right.
We've got 3 questions, same questions we're asking everybody. You almost have a list somewhere that I'm not aware of. So Bishop McBride's District
Two.
2. Okay, this is it?
District 2.
All right, District 2.
And as you know, the reason that's important, the way this is set up, we're
Right.
appointing 2 people
From
from
each
each district
district.
and 1 at large.
So you're in District, and your church is also in District 2.
Right, both are in District 2.
Okay, good. All right, so we know most of this already, Bishop, but tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in serving on this board.
Well, I've been serving this community for, actually now I've been pastor for 18 years here in the community. I grew up in the community from a child, so I have a certain affinity for the community and its progress and where it's going. By serving so many different people in the community, I see where sometimes people need an extra voice. And sometimes they also need someone to explain to them what's taking place in the community. So with me being pastoring all those years, being a part, and actually grew up a PK kid, so if you didn't know that, my dad pastored here as well, starting in 1951. And so I took on, and of course, we moved to the old Memorial Baptist Church on 13th Street. And so I've been pastoring there, actually from the very first year I started pastoring is when we made the transition over to that church. And so, of course, we've served the community with the Learning Center, many other community events that we would do to serve the community. And so I'm very, very interested in this position because I think there needs to be a liaison for communication between the two and to be able to share the views of others.
You answered most of this probably already. I'm sorry, it may sound a little bit redundant, but what skills, talent, or experience do you think you can bring to this position?
I can put it this way. By being a parent pastor, I've learned how to convince people of viewpoints that I consider to be right for them. And also, I feel like you can bring some very communication skills, great visionary. It's one of the strengths that I feel like I have to help propel whatever program that we're a part of to a next level. And I did say people skills, right?
I think what you said is you could talk them into it.
I
think that's what you did.
do my best. That's my job. I'm always trying to compel someone and convince someone that my side is right.
That's your whole job as a preacher.
That's it. That's it. That's it.
Not only gets the word out, gets the good word.
That's right. That's right.
What would you like to accomplish as a member of this board?
As I stated earlier, it's that gap between the communication.
Yep.
That I would like to make sure that's there so everyone can see both sides of you when it comes to the police department and it comes to the citizens. Actually, as I said earlier, they need that voice, especially a voice of reason to be there. And because so many times, as you know, in communities, when there's no information, people make up information and they come up with things that just may not be correct. So I think that person being there is someone that they trust in the community as a whole. I think has been pretty good throughout the community as a whole. So I think that'll be a great voice.
In your opinion, is that what causes the communication gap? It's just a simple lack of trust?
Well, first of all,
Well, actually, I'm putting words in your mouth. What do you think causes the
I'm
communication?
gonna back it up and just say, first of all, it is the lack of communication, which causes a trust issue.
Okay.
Then when communication is put out there, then the issue comes in if people trust what's being told or not. And if there is a person that they know that they're convinced of, that they have relationships with, if they're saying this is correct, this is what happened, or this is the process, they're more apt to listen to that voice. The dynamics of people groups that we serve in our church is pretty vast. It's across the board, but of course, it's normally Black and brown people. And so of all social economic areas, but they have that voice of a person that everyone can listen to from that viewpoint. I think it'd be very, very helpful. And someone they can trust. And Mayor, my viewpoint is not just from the parishioners. It will be from someone who's been in the city.
Sure.
And I think that the concern for the city as a whole, I think is what makes the difference. I think I shared with you before, where you lived before is the street I grew up on.
Mm-hmm.
And so I went to school at Jefferson. There's probably no Black kids there, but I went to church with all Black kids. So I knew both sides of
Right.
the spectrum.
If you guys don't know, Benny attends Grace Temple. Benny is a parishioner of Bishop McBride. And also, Grace Temple Ministries was one of the water distribution centers.
Yes.
And he asked for that. We didn't ask him. He asked to be a distribution center, so.
And you know, tomorrow we first mobile site for the COVID shot.
COVID vaccine.
Okay,
Good.
yeah, I didn't know that.
Yes, we're doing that
Great.
tomorrow.
Great.
If you watch the news, we've been all over the news with it. We're trying to get people to understand it's okay to get the vaccination.
Yep.
Shot. So
Do
we're
you have
working.
any sense how the vaccination is accepted within your parishioners?
I want to say, I think from the national perspective, it's the same across the board. You have some that are willing, and you have some that are very concerned about it because of the information that's put out there. And so once the news media comes in tomorrow, of course, we'll do Facebook Live and all those things. They're going to see me and my wife getting the shot. And so hopefully it'll encourage others to come back.
Leading by example.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so once we do that, hopefully that'll break some of the stigma and people understand I need this. I just see it, the difference between possible hospital, possible death.
Mm-hmm.
What do you have to lose? Because most of these shots are 100% effective against hospital and death. So I think that's very important.
Are you doing a waiting list? Or is it a drive up or
No,
is
no,
it?
no, you have to register.
Okay,
We set up everything. So you go to our website, gtm.church, you'll see COVID registration. That's where you register. And then we send you an email that you registered and another follow-up email with all of the papers that you need, everything about the Pfizer and all of those things. And we have a list of volunteers there setting it up. Of course, you know, Chief Mitch Randalls will be there with the fire department. They'll be administering.
Yeah.
The shot.
Do y'all have a process if you have a no-show where you can call someone on a waiting list and get them up there?
Well, I know Chief had a few people on his list. Yeah. And already we have people calling and trying to get in.
Yeah.
So where we've had cancellations,
Yeah.
7 spots open up before I came over here. Well, by the time I got here to share with the young lady that's left when I went to it was already gone.
Yeah.
And so we're telling people to come at 4:30. Of course, you know, the vows have multiple shots in.
Yeah, about 6 or 7. Mayor, to get out.
If they have an extra shot, you'll have some extra vaccines to get out. So if they want it for 4:30, come by. We'll be making phone calls. We'll be doing shout outs through social media. If there are any left over.
How many do you think you have registered right now? You know that number?
They're 270. It's 270.
Good.
270, and I think actually there'll be like 276.
Yeah.
Chief had a few that they're gonna be bringing in from the city.
270's top end.
270 is our end, 276 is the top end. So we're registering 270, and he'll bring in about 6 to be done.
Well, we appreciate that.
But we want to do our part.
Yes.
You want to keep your communities as safe as possible. I serve the community. That's my job. And so I want to look out as a shepherd would do for the best interest of your people.
Very good. I appreciate that. Is there anything you want to ask us in particular?
What are you guys looking for in this position here? I know there are other committees that they'll be looking for, but what are you guys looking for? What are y'all wanting to happen with this committee?
This committee is going to be set up with two representatives from each district in the
Right.
city. The mayor, the police chief, and the city manager ex officio, and one member at large.
Great.
So we're looking for diversity, not just racial diversity, but geographic diversity in the community. One question I had for you, which I'll
Okay.
interject right now, and then other people can tell you
Sure.
their thoughts. Why is this of interest to you, this specific of interest to you? I know that you said communication, but why the Police Advisory Commission in terms of
I'll tell you what I've done for over the years, whenever there's been an event. I've always did my best to work with the chief of police
Okay.
or some of the other in the community. I'm not one to put myself up front, but I'm always one in the background that you would find out that has been working with incidents. One of my biggest concerns, some of the last events, is I have not only a biological son, I have some spiritual kids in my church. And some of the events, and of course, you know, the climate in the nation
Right.
as a whole needs someone to look into it, to make sure they have that voice of reason to help them. And so, of course, there needs to be accountability on one side, and there needs to be understanding.
Well said, accountability and understanding. I
Absolutely.
like those two words.
Yes.
Yeah, Bishop, I've said all along that my goal in all of this is to improve communication. To feel like the police department communicates effectively into the community, but then ultimately the community can effectively communicate up into the police department.
Absolutely.
So that's what to answer that last question, that is my hope and goal for this.
But she may not know, but I was the one who spearheaded getting the pastors involved.
Yes, I do.
I'm the one that pushed one of the other pastors to make the phone calls, so we can come together and give answers without speculation.
Mhm.
And so some things could not be answered. And,
From a legal issue.
well, if you want to say that, from a legal issue, you can.
Is that what you meant? Is my.
Well, some questions could not be answered, some legal, or some they just didn't know how to answer at the
Okay.
time. And so that was our perspective of coming in, so we can get an understanding and then report back, John, to you what's going on. I think that's the best way to keep a community safe. Communication, the best way to keep a community knitted together without any division. Temple's not that huge of a city with only 70,000 to 80,000 people. So in it, it's a great city to live in, really. And so you want to keep that. And so you need people who are concerned about it. Instead of sitting back, I do my part, people do their part, to get more involved, to be visibly seen, to know that, hey, we're here to help keep the divide from happening, to keep us together as a group.
You know, Bishop, one of the things I hope comes out of this, and part of what this advisory group will be doing, advising the chief of police and then working its way to the city council where it's necessary, is to look at the policies and the procedures and the best practices of police departments in the surrounding areas to make sure we have a professional law enforcement agency that is run in such a way, communicates in such a way that we don't have the tragic circumstances that cause a crisis.
Correct.
This is not just a group to react to a crisis. They'll be in a position of doing that because you'll have access to some critical incident information to help get the right word out, the correct information out. But we need to put a base in there where we hope to eliminate all of those. So it's not all just when something goes wrong, will you be called upon, but you'll be called upon to give advice and listen and make suggestions on the more, I'm not going to call it mundane, but the things that create a good atmosphere between the police department and the citizens, all of us.
Absolutely. And to keep reaction is being proactive. And this is a sign of proactive. But in the long run, you want to make sure that this advisory council, and I understand the term used there, has some kind of bite. And just like a board that we listen, have concerns, but actually listen to in a way that they'll react to what's being advised or told to the city council.
And I understand what you're saying. I'd be hard pressed to believe that we would go through all of this process, interviewing people of your quality and character and others, appointing them to a very important position with our city manager and our chief of police. And if y'all came with some issues and it came up to us that we wouldn't react, and more than likely react very positively. If we don't do that,
And you're right.
everybody's
That would be my next thing. I would say, you know, my time is so valuable that I would see it as a waste of time if it wasn't listened to. So you would hope the intention is the same on the cross.
I would anticipate it.
Absolutely.
I think one of the other parts, after we go through all this, and we build all the communication that we will have, build a relationship, that we can have trust among each other as community, as neighbors, and that we'll have a seamless system that we can all feel really comfortable and trust that it's going to be able to benefit and take care of all our citizens. That's the
Absolutely.
bottom line.
Well, that communication and the honesty
Right.
is really makes a huge difference. And back to what you were saying about the police department.
Yes.
As people begin to study and understand some of the laws that are in place and why some things can't happen, it's very enlightening when you begin to look in those things and see some of the guidelines and the rules. And so people sometimes just won't react to you. They're going to have to react to the law, you know, the rule of law in some cases.
You know, they have a very tough job and as a police officer.
Oh,
You
absolutely.
want to make sure you have a very professional police force that treats the citizens with respect. But at the same time, they have to follow procedures and guidelines to keep themselves and the city out of trouble and also to protect themselves. So, I mean, that's a lot of meat on that bone. that has to
It
be
is.
looked at.
The common sense helps a lot.
It does.
Yeah,
It does.
absolutely.
Unfortunately, not all of us
No.
have.
Council, anything else for the bishop?
That's it.
That's it.
Wow, I feel like I get to preach the sermon. They don't have questions on Bible study night. It made me feel like I did a good job.
Bishop, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. I look forward to hearing from you.
Appreciate everything.
Thank you.
Have a good
Thank you so
weekend.
much.
You too. Thank you.
On AC Boston's property, or you know AC Boston?
Sure.
Nancy and AC.
Yes,
Okay, well, it's just north of here. They got that one section of land there on the east side, and I built the first new building there for this trucking.
So you came for the work. You came to Temple because of work.
I came, yeah, I built a building for this company there on AC's property, so. Anyway, so I just ended up staying, like the weather's. It's a lot better than up there in the snow all the time.
but we did what
We felt
said
like we had a
would.
piece of that the other day.
Yeah, I know. And we're fortunate because we own a motorhome bus. So when our power went out, we just went out and stayed in our bus for 5 days.
Yeah. That's not bad.
Well, we just got a furnace and it's got water and it's got a generator.
What else do you need?
It's got everything you need, you know?
Yeah.
You know, I got fortunate when it all got over. They have these low drain points. I don't know how familiar you are with campers and stuff, but they have low drain point valves to drain your water for the winter and stuff. And one of those, because everything else is protected by insulation and what they call a solar blanket. And then you got the furnace and everything, but it sticks out below that. Had one of those break and I had to take it over to Lone Star over to Parker Heights and they had to replace that. So the thing ended up.
But you
costing-
made it clear through before it broke.
Yes, I
Very
did,
good.
made it, did everything.
Wonderful.
So anyway, got fortunate.
Okay, well, let's dive in.
Yep,
So you told us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah.
But what is it that, about this committee that, particularly piques your interest?
Well, like I said, because my background being law enforcement, I enjoy staying involved in the community, basically, okay, and helping people. And that's, you know, the best description I can tell you because I just enjoy getting involved. And because of the fact I, know Chief Reynolds too, I know all these guys already, that was on that other committee, so. When they told us what was going on, I said, sure, I'll do something. You guys need.
If I look a little familiar to you, it's because I assumed in the last 4 or 5
I recognize your name too.
I have been
Yes.
listening in and watching y'all's meetings.
Yeah, I recognize you. And in fact, I used to, when Angela, if she couldn't be there, I'd actually take over for her.
Chaired it.
Yeah, I chaired it for her a few times. Because I was used to doing it. But yeah, that's basically, I want to stay involved with the community.
Okay.
And I think because of the fact that I've already been involved, and I've already had the state classes, the state meeting classes, you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes.
I've already done, had that, all that and everything, so. I don't think I have to redo that, do I? The state meeting classes?
Not to miss.
Yeah, so say, because I've already got the certificate for that. from the
State
state.
open meetings?
Yes,
Is that what you're talking about?
I've already got the
Once you
certificate.
did it one time, that it lasts forever.
I was thinking it did.
So, I think you probably answered this too, but we're gonna ask it because we're asking everybody the same questions. What skills, talent, or experience do you think you would bring to this position?
Well, I think I kind of answered that already, because back to my background and being in charge of like so many other police officers. And, and having an academy behind me and everything. And, I was an officer for like 30 years.
All right, then what would you like to accomplish as a board member?
I guess the best way to put that's whatever you guys need from me. That's the best answer I can give for them. Whatever they need from me, whatever Mitch or, Reynolds, whatever they need.
Do you have any questions for us?
Not really. I sound really familiar with all this because,
I think you're more familiar than we are since this is a
Yeah.
fairly new, or this is a new commission since we split the two off.
I see, okay. Okay. And see, that's before we were all one. Well, you know that, we were all one before.
Yeah, but it makes a lot of sense to split the two.
Yes.
While they're both emergency services, they're different emergency services. And so that's where some of this idea came from you, Chief of Police. to form this police only advisory group.
Well, and then my cousin actually was the fire chief, was my neighbor and the fire chief in the town I lived in. So, I had a lot of interaction with them too, so. So, I'm pretty familiar with.
You mean that in Indiana?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
yes. My cousin was the fire chief. And he was my neighbor. And so, we always interacted together on meetings and stuff together. all the time. So, but yeah, I just enjoy still doing something. I mean, I've been retired for quite a while, but I still enjoy getting involved. in the community. So
Well, it's appreciated.
that's the best answer I can give.
It's a good answer.
All right.
I don't think, I haven't met you before, have I?
I'm Jana Llewellyn, I'm the one.
Yeah,
who
you
designed the
you
meetings.
email me all the time, yeah.
Yes,
But
Us too.
yes,
but then who's before you,
Lacey,
Lacey? Yes, yes. I met Lacey before, but I didn't think I ever met you, so.
it's online.
Yeah, I just online, yeah.
Well, that's all we've got for you. We
Okay.
appreciate you
Well, let me
coming
know
down.
what if you want me to be on it or not. If you
Sure.
want me on, one or two, whatever you guys want.
It'll probably be at least 2, maybe 3 weeks before you hear anything.
That's fine. It's no big deal.
We've got to work through all the names and applications, so.
That's fine.
All right.
And then that way I'll get it, if you choose me, I'll be able to pick, find out when the meetings are, so we know what our travels.
Yes, sir.
Because we do have to be gone a little bit in May, we gotta go to Florida, because one of our granddaughters graduating high school.
Oh, good.
And we're gonna have to be gone for a week or two, and,
Oh, that's not a problem.
Yeah, we can handle it.
we're gonna be gone for a couple weeks.
All righty.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Y'all
you.
Thank you so
See y'all
much.
later.
Nice to
Y'all
meet
have a
you.
good day and take care of yourself. Have a nice
Bye.
weekend. Thank you.
Yes, you have one.
Yeah,
too.
just have her email me or whatever, let me know one way or the other. what's going on.
Sure, we will.
Being on this committee, I want to be involved. I've been on bioscience and just got off of that. Then the election didn't go the way I had hoped, and so I'm looking for something else to get involved in. I think this is a great initiative to start in this community. I think it has a lot of great possibilities, and just looking forward to be involved.
We appreciate that. What skills, talents, or experience do you think you'll bring to the position?
So, I've got a lot of experience, in different areas, in banking, you get to meet a lot of different people and you get exposed to a lot of different things. And so, I feel like I have a good network of people, that, I can rely upon to get good feedback. And if there's different initiatives or things that, this board wants to get a good feel from the community on, I feel like I've got a good network that I can rely on to get that. I've got, a lot of good management experience. So I work with lots of different, committees, and I work well with people. And so I think, there's a lot of different things that, benefits that I could bring to the committee.
What would you like to accomplish as a board member?
Well, I think it's, I want to provide valuable input and be a voice for the community. And, help advise the city to be able to, bridge any gaps that are there, or perceptions that could be there. And so I would hope that I'd be able to, push that initiative and be a voice for the citizens, to, make sure that their voice is heard and that they have a department that represents them in the best way they can.
Very good. You have any questions for us?
No, I mean, I was kind of just reading over the, I guess what you call the charge. And so basically, I mean, it sounds like it's just, you're there, you're to, they said they run different initiatives, policies, things by this committee. And I'm guessing they're just looking for community feedback and just someone to take the charge to, lead that stuff. So, no, I mean, I think a good understanding of that.
Okay. Good. Good. One thing, we're interviewing 19 people, and we do appreciate concise, clear answers. So thank you for that. This has been one of the quickest interviews, but it's all very good.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's, I'm one that kind of gets in and does my job and, go on to the next thing. But it's something that I hope that, I can add value to. And it's something that I think our community could benefit from. So.
Why do you think this is an important committee for the city to set up?
Well, there's a lot of different things out in the, I'll call it environment, that's in the media right now that paints a bad perception of the police department.
Okay.
And, we've had issues here too that contribute to that. And so I think there's a lot of ground that can be gained and a lot of, a lot of things that can be brought together from where we are. So I just think it's important right now, especially with just the perception that's out there. If we can be the exception out there and have that great cooperation between the community and the police department, then that's just gonna propel our community even more. So I think it's vital right now. Try to outweigh the negatives with the positives.
Yes.
I think one important thing you mentioned is that you would be able to be a voice or communicate to the network. Can you kind of tell me how you would communicate that to the network, and what does the network look like?
Well, it's a varying degree. So, I mean, I've got, of course, where I live and my neighbors and friends and stuff, but then there's also the business network that I have, and that spans beyond just the district that I live in. And so, I think, it's important that it's a uniform message across all channels. And so that's really what I would want to do is make sure that it's the right message is heard, and that it goes beyond just my neighborhood. It goes citywide.
Brian, there is a emergency services committee today that represents the members or advisory to both the fire department and police.
Okay.
So this is splitting that group. The emergency services will do EMS and fire and work with the fire chief. And this group was brand new, will work with the police.
Okay.
We do have representation too from each district plus one at large. So we wanted community geographics. And so it is important, the sense that we have is that there is good communications between the community and the police. And that information comes up to us through an advisory board with the chief of police's help and assistance. So that's why this is being done. And you made a comment that you thought would have a department that represents the community. And I think that's exactly right. That's the kind of police department we want. That's the kind of communications we want, the kind of transparency that I can assure you the chief of police wants as well. And he brought this idea, he had something similar to this when his prior job was chief. And I think this could be a very, very important committee first.
I think so. I mean, as y'all know, we're growing a little bit. And so, yeah, I mean, if you can get this base started, I mean, it's going to grow from there. So I totally agree.
Tell me again how old the kids are.
About to be 11, 9, and 6. So,
They live 2 doors down from Carolina. Great family. The kids were teeny tiny.
yeah, we only had 2 when we moved here. And so, yeah, they definitely keep us busy.
Have you met our chief of police?
I have not.
He's very, very communicative,
That's what I've heard.
very open,
Mhm.
very pleasant.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. And that's what we need.
It is.
Very good. I think that's it.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
so much.
Have a good weekend.
We appreciate
Brian, you still going to Rotary? And I only ask that because I haven't been.
I honestly have not been in a year.
Yeah.
So I still send out that weekly newsletter though. So I'm doing my part, but
I went yesterday for the first time in probably 3 or 4 months.
yeah. I wanted to go yesterday, but my schedule didn't allow. But yeah, I want to get back in that routine.
Yeah, hope to see you back.
Yeah, once I get the vaccine, then I'll feel better.
All right.
All right.
Bye.
Have a good weekend.
All right, y'all too.
Thank you for your interest, obviously, in the sport. Thank you for showing up today. We appreciate that. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in serving on the sport?
Well, I was born and raised in Temple.
Okay.
Have always been community active ever since childhood, school. I'm a business owner, small business owner of real estate property. I lived many years overseas, in Germany and in Great Britain. And I came back to Texas to assist my father in his latter years to make sure he was good to go. And found myself staying here and in a business. As I said, I've always been involved. I was on the Commerce for a few years, and I actually produced 2 stages for the first Blooming Festival.
Okay.
Mhm. And I've been an election judge now for about going into 14 years. So I advocate for prostate cancer. I'm a legislative advocate. I generally travel to DC once a year to speak with our congressmen and senators about supporting all the fundraising we need for prostate cancer and research. So that really fills my heart with being able to give back. And I'm just one of those people that, what brings me here today is that I live by faith and I let my life be guided. I didn't seek out this opportunity, it found me. So it felt right and I applied, and as I said, I'm very involved. I'm a people person. So I thank you for this opportunity. And I feel that with my background coming from music, film, I've been on major boards for Women in Film and Television, International Board. I was over membership. So I launched 2 chapters in my tenure with Mexico and with Germany. So I have a lot of experience, and just from a lifetime of all my travels and everything I've been involved in, I feel that, and being a native of Temple, I feel that I have a lot to offer.
Very good. You already touched on some of this already, but what skills, talent, or experience do you think you'd bring to this position?
Well, the knowledge of people, being very aware of my surroundings and being a people lover, I tend to spot the weaknesses. I love change, being part of change, something productive. And as I said, I'm a business owner. I've worked for myself since I was 19 years old. I ran my own bands in Germany. And I had my own music and film business in England. So I'm a writer. I'm a blogger. I've been very involved in all sorts of community events and, as I say, elections. So I have a lot of skills that I could add, and some I would love to discover because this would be a new thing.
And what would you like to accomplish as a board member?
Well, it's hard for me to answer that question because I've never sat on any of the boards for the city. So
Yeah.
I'll be learning as I go along. I can't predict that, but I can tell you this, I'll give it my all.
This is a new commission for the city. It's a split between the fire and what we had before. We had fire and police together. Why do you think this is well, you must think. Why do you think this is an important commission for the city to have?
Well, I think anything that's gonna address the needs of its residents is important. To be able to discuss that, to research it, and, change doesn't come about if it's ignored. So I think by the very organization of it can only be a good thing in my opinion.
Is there something specific about a police commission that you think is important for the city to establish? A citizens police commission?
Well, based on just world events and the perception or misperception or whatever it is about the police, I think it's a good time to establish that connection between the police and its residents.
You have any questions for us?
Well, how often does the board meet?
Second, once a month. It's anticipated to be the second Tuesday of each month. And that could change, but right now that's the plan.
At 6 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the projected.
Okay, and how many people would be on this board?
Be made up of 8 people, 2 from each of the council districts. One of our district members is missing today, but there's 4 of us, 2 from each of our districts.
Mhm.
And then 1 appointed at large.
Okay.
So it'll be 9-member advisory board
Right.
with the city manager and the chief of police as ad hoc members.
Now, you know, I was considered for 2 boards now. Will I need to come back and interview for the consideration? Is this the
Jana,
diversity?
could you hear that question?
No, if you're being considered for multiple, just one interview, because it's the same set of questions, so we got you down also for the other one, but just one interviews.
Okay.
We had 91. We tried to cut it down as much as we could.
Right. Well, I think it was, you know, that was impressive to have such an outreach of people wanting to. be
It's
involved.
wonderful,
Yeah.
wonderful.
So I'm proud to be one of those people.
How did you hear about it?
Happened to be flicking through my phone and it was, it popped up on the news app, I believe.
Good.
And I thought, And then I called, the city secretary's office. And, then I found out it was gonna be advertised, I was gonna be able to go online and apply. And that's what I did.
Good.
This, Jana's the city secretary, so it's her office you talk to. Good.
Yes.
What else did you apply for besides diversity in the police?
I believe it's the only 2 that I really applied for.
Yes.
You know, there were others that if there were spaces, I'm into real estate property and everything, so, you know, Fine Temple, you know, I'm just willing to learn. But I do believe that I can bring my specific skill set to these committees that feel right for me.
Very good. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, well, thank you so much for the
We
opportunity.
appreciate your interest in you coming today.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Have a nice week.
You too.
Thank you.
At some point, I'd like to know more about you. You sound like you've had a very interesting life.
I have.
Yeah, I would.
She says with a grin on
Yeah,
her face.
it's your business, Mr. Mayor.
I have indeed, so I look forward to having some conversation.
You bet, you bet. Thank you,
Okay,
ma'am.
there will be a book coming one day.
Oh, Tim, I'd like to look written before I got to where I'm getting.
Yeah, I think
Yes,
it's
get some highlights, and I'll be in touch, about
You never
the
know.
prostate cancer. All
Thank
right.
you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I thought she had 4 applications.
Yeah, I looked. No, it said on the page 4.
Oh, she submitted 2 separate applications, so that's 2.
Oh, okay.
No,
Back on time.
you know, we're only interviewing people one time, and it's
For
going to
everything.
count for all the things. But we're only talking to them about this.
Yeah, well, the questions are the same. But yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, I confused you.
Hello, Gregory.
How y'all doing?
Good, how are you?
Doing good, sir.
Good to see you.
Thank you. Good to be seen.
You can leave the mask on, or you can take it off, whichever one you prefer.
I
It's,
think we 6 feet apart.
all right, so you know everybody.
Everybody met once or twice, spoke to, we're very familiar with that lady there.
All right, that lady, that's what we call her too.
I call her yes, ma'am. And no, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Didn't know
I call her Miss Lee. So, all right, well, I tell you what, let's just dive in. We have 3 questions that we're gonna ask, and really, normally, whenever you're answering one of them, you're kind of answering the other 2 also, so just fire away.
All right.
First question though is, if you would, please, sir, tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in serving on this committee.
Okay, my name is Frederick Gregg and I was born and raised here in Temple. I left in 75, 76. I spent 12 years in Houston. I came back home in 87. My father was kind of ill and I wanted to get back home, kind of take care of him, and be with the family. And Houston was just burnt out. I was burnt out of the big city. I came home, went to work work out at Mobile Chemical. Stayed out there till they changed ownerships about 3 times.
Yeah.
The last company was Pactiv. Pactiv, I took a service package in 2005, and I left Pactiv then. And during that time, I skipped some because I got a associate's degree from TSTC in environmental health and safety. And at that point in time, that's where all my interest started to go to environmental health and safety from the industrial side. So when I left Pactiv, I spent a little time with Sprint, Nextel, whichever one you want to call them. And then I wound up over at a foundry in Noblesville as a safety manager, which is what I wanted to pursue from a degree in Waco. So I stayed at that job about 10 years, and they decided to close that plant down. I don't know if y'all familiar with American Rockwell. Used to be over there. They finally decided to close that plant down. They took another ownership, and that ownership did a reverse. So I found opportunity at another foundry right over here in Belton now. And that's where I've been working since 2015. And like I say, this is my home. The reason I want to be on this committee, because that lady kept telling me from previous meetings, you want to see change, you need to get involved. You need to be where decisions are being made, where you can impact decisions. And the committees at that time. So I joined, well, I put in my application and I got chosen for the Public Safety Advisory Board, which was a combination of 2. So when I went to those meetings, and I went to them religiously, and I really didn't see happening in those meetings what I felt like a committee was empowered to do. So then when Chief Sean came here and spoke at a prayer vigil at Miller Park, something connected me to him. And ever since then, I've been drawn to whatever he's involved in, was to try to make better. And he genuinely talks from his heart to people. And I like that. And that's where I decided that, hey, when he said that I'm looking at splitting them 2 committees up, then my choice was to go with him and improve our police department, our community relations, whole 9 yards. Because he sounded like that he was ready to make a change and needed some people to just be with him, back him, support him in the same way. I mean, he'll give you a cell phone number and call me. So I just took heart to that. And that's why I want to be on there.
Yeah, that was his first week on the job.
It was.
He signed on Monday and that was Saturday.
And he came out there.
Yep.
And that impressed me also.
Yep.
And it was about 1 billion degrees.
It was hot. It was extremely hot
Very,
because we was trying to find shade.
yeah, there wasn't any.
It wasn't any, right?
So you're still with NAACP,
That's
we're
correct.
active, and do you have a title there?
I am the 3rd assistant president. Am I saying that correctly?
3rd vice president.
Vice president. 3rd vice president, correct.
And on the executive board.
And the executive board.
What skills, talents, or experience do you think you would bring to this position?
I bring 66 years of being a person of interest to bring about change in a way that everybody wins. I am a win-win type person. I'm not necessarily you got more votes, so this is where we going. Win-win outcomes is what we try to get. But not necessarily a majority or minority, but a win-win situation for the city of Temple, a win-win situation for the community. And the east side is where I grew up. And I'm compassionate about the east side. I live on 4th Street and Avenue M. So I'm kind of in the middle. But it's a place that I could have left long ago, but I choose to live in an old house there. And I do my best to keep it up the best I can. Skills wise, I'm proficient in everything from Microsoft Office, all the technical skills. I'm also the technical chairperson on that committee that she was talking about on the NAACP. I've been doing that for about 5, 6, 7 years now. So if you've ever came to any of our functions, the technical part of that was some of my work. We're getting ready to put on a virtual banquet. So we're going to be very busy here in the next couple of months trying to pull that off in May. So I might be coming back asking you guys for some help.
As long as it's not virtual food, it's all right.
Yeah. But we are trying to figure out a way to feed people, but it won't be virtual. Like deliver this to this house during this time.
Yes, and that's been done.
Drive-through pickup.
Well, we thought
The
about that
food,
too.
people take the food back home and then have the
And then
virtual
have
meeting while
virtual
you're
while you eat the
eating the
meal.
food and everybody's eating the same food.
It's still on the table. We're in deep discussions about how we're gonna pull this off.
What would you like to accomplish as a board member?
I would like to be a part of seeing change where change is needed, not necessarily where changes have to take place for change's sake. But when you strategize, look at a situation, come up with a solution, and then have those win-win situations where if the community has a need, then that's where we want to focus at.
Yeah.
One of my passions is, and Chief Sean will tell you this, is community policing. When we had community policing on the east side, we seen a significant change in behaviors of young people. When we got away from that program, we started to see that change as a lost avenue.
You know, the thing that's sad about that is I've always heard, and I wasn't on council then, but what I've heard was that there were, that change was simply budgetary. Is there wasn't enough money to keep those officers over there in those neighborhoods. And then, that was life changing for some kids in a negative way.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
So, yeah, it's all about relationships.
It is, and that's another thing that Chief Sean said, that building relationships that last. I'm getting to a point now where I'm not gonna be working full time for many more years, maybe a year and a half, maybe 2 years at the max. I'm trying to get myself prepared so I can be in a place where I can do more once I do retire, instead of just being able to sit at home and gain more weight.
Maybe get some of that virtual food. That would help me.
Low calorie. Sound like cardboard to me.
Gregory, do you have any questions for us?
I do not, sir. Like I said, we've been looking at this coming for a while, and we've had discussions, NAACP, as far as Benny, myself, and Gary, and Judy. And we try to keep positive and upbeat. So I think all of my questions have been answered at one time or another. I don't have any direct questions.
Mr. Craig, how long were you at Mobile Chemical?
I was at Mobile Chemical for 13 years, and that's counting Tenneco and Pack.
Did you know Daniel Santabanez?
Santa Benez? Sure did.
Lydia's former, he passed away.
Exactly.
My first wife worked up there for years about that same time.
Okay. Okay, yeah, we had about 1,000 people out there, but it was a close-knit group, so if you knew somebody, you know, you heard the name before. I know him very well.
Donna actually worked for Daniel,
And Donna?
Donna Williams.
Donna Williams, okay.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, it's 3 years back for me too. Like I said, I left in '05. And at that time, Active was streamlined, going to that, I guess, downsizing type situation or whatever you call it. The part about that, and I'll share this with y'all, I never understood was that they paid for my education to drive back and forth to Waco. And then when it came time to give me an opportunity in health and safety, they wouldn't do it. So they wound up buying me out, and I wound up leaving the company and going to Nolanville as a safety manager
And using the education they paid
that they
for.
paid for. Yes,
Wow,
ma'am.
that's amazing.
It was. I mean, it was.
The right hand and the left.
That's exactly what I
No
was.
communication.
What I was
Yeah, no communication.
The larger the organization, the less they know what they're doing.
You don't even have right and left hand, right, left, foot.
Well, a couple of things. Number one, I didn't know you were Virginia Link's brother.
Oh, okay, all right.
Minnie told us that. Minnie sat in that chair an hour and a half ago. And number two, and I said this to Minnie too, I appreciate you guys with NAACP and your patience and your understanding with the city of Temple as we worked through the Michael Dean death.
Right.
We didn't do it right, and we acknowledge that. I acknowledge that. But you guys were very gracious in letting us get to this point now, and I appreciate that. I really do.
No problem.
It could have easily gone much worse.
But there were some groups out there that wanted to do things.
I know that.
And we kind of
Yes, sir.
stood our ground.
You sure
And this
did.
is sort of born out of that, this idea of the commission, which it's a sad way, a tragic way to have something like this established. But this will be so good if we ever face another tragedy.
Mhm.
We hope.
And that's what my goal is to try to get ahead.
Yes, sir.
You know, if I can influence at the level that I'm trying to get to, then that may make change that we need, you know, as a community, as a city, and to help us all move forward.
Yes, sir. We appreciate it.
So
Seriously.
that's where I'm at. And Virginia Lee, I try not to, I try not to use her as a stepping stone. So, 'cause she's been here all her life, so.
Yeah, well, Bill's a super guy.
Yeah, he is too.
Yeah.
He is too.
There are things about you that she can use as a stepping stone, you know.
What? I'm glad to hear that.
Well, I mean, it's very impressive,
Thank you,
things you say. and
thank you.
What
Minnie
you
said
know.
that we should introduce you as Virginia's brother.
No. No,
That's
that's
taking it just a little too far.
That won't happen.
Now we're picking fights.
I love her dearly, but she's my sister.
Yeah, I'm giving you a hard
I
time.
know.
Minnie didn't say that.
I love my sister most of the time too.
All right, sir. Thank you so much.
Appreciate y'all.
Thank
Appreciate it.
Appreciate y'all.
Have a good weekend.
Take care.
Thank you for your interest, though.
Oh, and one other thing too, and I'm gonna leave this where it is. I owe the chief a slice of brisket.
Oh,
Just a
Well, let me know when you're delivering.
Just-
Well, I promised him some brisket at that event that I talked about.
You mean the virtual one?
No, I mean real brisket cooked in my backyard.
Oh, you better be careful, because we're gonna be coming along with the chief.
I cooked the brisket and then all of this stuff started to happen.
Oh, yeah.
And it sit in the freezer for a while. And we had a meeting down at the police station and Chief said, I say, sir, it's in the freezer.
It's there, I promise.
He said, yeah, okay. But anyhow, I appreciate y'all.
You bet.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Take care.
Thank you.
questions that we're asking, pretty, pretty simple. And then we'll give you an opportunity to ask us questions. So
3 answers for you.
you bet. First off, tell us a little bit about yourself and why you want to serve on this, Citizens Police Advisory Board.
Okay, well, I just moved to Temple about 2 years ago from New Orleans.
Okay?
Oh, that's right. I knew I remember hearing about you. Sorry, go
I
ahead.
deny it.
No, it's the New Orleans thing I remember.
And I was really active in my city there.
Okay.
And I just wanted to, I'm an ex-policeman in New Orleans, third generation. And I left on my own volition before retirement, as I saw the way the police department was going, the people they were hiring, and I didn't like it. When I was there, part of my self-initiated patrol duties, I would go to all the different businesses and neighborhoods and interact with the people there, knowing how important a report is with the community. And when I saw this position coming open, I would be a great fit for me.
Okay.
And you
Now-
also applied, excuse me.
No, you're fine.
I gotta get this straight in my mind. You're also interested in the Historic District
Yes,
Commission
ma'am.
because you've done historic renovation.
Yes, ma'am.
That's where it all comes together.
Okay.
People were saying, where, he lives in District 1, what's the renovation thing? But now, and somebody said New Orleans, so we got it all straight now.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Sure.
So I may have missed it. You say you were an officer
Right,
in New Orleans?
yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Now, do you live in the historic district now?
I'm sorry,
You're in District 1.
right,
You live in the historic district?
no.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's in Western Hills, is that district, I'm not really up on my.
That is District 1. Yes, sir. Sure is. Okay,
But
good.
when we talked about it last week, he did historic renovation in New Orleans.
Right.
He's one that brought Jessica a cake.
That's it. Ah,
Yeah,
that's
right.
it.
We heard about the cake.
Wait, that's where it all comes from. Where's our king cake?
It's over, money was over.
It's never over for the council. We eat all the time. You see?
We remember food here. We were just trying to bum a brisket.
I know.
All I need is peanuts.
There was a guy here yesterday from one of the restaurants and we thought, it's lunchtime. Why didn't he bring us burgers?
Now, you obviously don't want to be on this board if you didn't bring us any food.
We just raised
Yeah.
pigs here.
Okay, well, very good. That's an interesting history. Appreciate that. So, well, I was about to go off on a tangent, so I'll have that. So you, and again, you sort of answered this one already. What skills, talent, or experience would you bring to the position? You mentioned that as an officer in New Orleans. And what would you like to accomplish as a board member? Or what do you think needs to be accomplished as a board member?
Well, I think as an entire board, it's important to have this correlation report between the police department and the public. Especially today, there's so many news stories, pits the public against the police department. It's really sad. I mean, they don't understand the police department. That's not saying that the police department is always right. You have to have that fine line between what's standard policy, what's right, what's not. And I think both the police and the public have to understand that.
By saying that, I'm assuming that you're a supporter of the concept of community policing.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, Tim, I interjected here.
No, that's about where, that's where I was going off on that tangent.
I was gonna-
One thing that Temple had done in the past, and the man that was sitting there, Gregory Gregg, mentioned it, that years ago, we had a community-based police operation, and it was very successful. And then for budgetary reasons, and this was before any of us were here, sitting in the seats that we're currently in, that initiative was discontinued because of the budget. And Mr. Gregg said that a lot of young men over there, was it Gregory that stopped?
Yes,
Yeah,
it was.
said that really impacted a lot of the young people over there.
Negative.
I mean, he specifically mentioned the east side. Yeah, it had a negative impact. That's just such a shame to have made all that progress and for a few bucks you pull,
Right.
and, negative impacts for years. So that's very interesting that with your background in that. Anything else as far as what you would like to accomplish on that board?
No, not really. I think that's, to me, that'd be first and foremost, just the citizen police report.
How long were you an officer?
10 years.
Pardon?
10 years.
10 years.
It's 2 years short of my retirement.
Why did you come to Temple? Or how
I
come?
was the last of my family in New Orleans after 6 generations. I have family here throughout Texas, Central Texas, and West Texas, and
Oh.
North Texas, and a new grandson, my first grandson in Georgetown. So that was the main reason.
Central location.
Right, exactly.
Perfect.
And you're about the perfect distance from the grandson. He's not at your house every day,
Yes,
but you can
he
go
is.
get him at times and bring him.
You got it.
I've got 10 of them. I know
I didn't
where
see
you
him
need
come, I didn't
places.
see him go.
You guys aren't doing it right. My grandchild lives right around the corner of my car.
I couldn't afford to run around the car with my kids.
Well,
I'd be broken up.
yeah, no, that's.
It's not the grandkids, it's the kids.
Yeah, I guess so. That's also a good point. Well, very good. Do you have any questions for us?
No, not one.
All right.
Thank you for your interest as a new resident.
Oh, thank you.
Very, very appreciative of it. Have you met our new police chief?
No, I haven't, really hope to do something.
He's very communicative, very, very responsive. He's a nice person.
It's good to hear.
Yeah,
It helps a
very,
lot.
and very committed to community policing.
How long has it been on this? Is he right
Less
for the
than a
range, so
year.
it's coming from outside?
In Kansas City, small towns outside of Kansas City.
Olathe.
Olathe, Olathe, Kansas, and less than a year, really new.
He started in about June
Yeah,
of
less
last
than,
year.
yeah.
Haven't been scared off yet, huh?
No, and he's had COVID.
Oh, my gosh. Great way to start.
Yeah. Oh, no, he started worse than that. It went uphill, downhill, I don't know, but he's a great person.
Good to hear.
Very good. Well, that was short and sweet, but very informative. So we appreciate that.
All right.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
We
Gonzalez.
should tell you that this process is going to take about 2 to 3 weeks before you'll hear back from us.
I'm here, I'm in a hurry.
Good.
Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
It's getting a little better out there, so I would say as more vaccinations happen, the more closer we're getting to taking these off, so.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, the patient
Have
level.
you had your vaccinations? I guess
Oh,
you
yes.
have working with the hospital.
Oh, yeah. The first week we started them out there, we created a command center.
Yeah.
So all the employees, we gave them the option. We did a survey, everybody that wanted to take it, they took it, everybody that didn't, and now everybody wants to take it. So I think it was that first time, everybody was kind of, so, but being in management, we had to set the example, so
Sure.
we had to go ahead and take ours. And so, but now I feel, I'm glad, and tomorrow at Grace Temple,
Yes.
we will be doing that, so.
We heard that 270 people already.
Already,
signed up.
yes,
Wonderful.
yes, yes, beautiful, beautiful. And the bishop said he was gonna set the example by being the first person to go do it, because everybody knows, you know, in the African American, they're very,
Very skeptical of
very,
this.
very. So we wanna let everybody know that, hey, this pandemic don't know any color. So why would you try to put a color on the cure board?
Yeah.
I have a
So-
question. Will this be the first time anybody's ever seen Bishop without a coat and tie on when he gets a needle in his arm?
Probably,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
Should we call
yes.
the paper?
Well, sometimes I drive him down to our other church down there in Fort Worth, so he won't be all in his bishopness, on the way down there, And so we'll stop, before we get there, and then he, roll up and everything, and then we go in. So I kind of get to see him,
A little more casual.
more than anyone else.
Yeah.
Very good.
Until tomorrow.
Until tomorrow. Yes.
Mr. Smith, we basically have a list of 3 questions. We're asking everybody the same one. So, and how many applications do you have in?
This time, I think I just put the one, and that was for the police.
This one.
Right, yes, because I have been, we have been me, him, and me, Mr. Sean, and Brother Greg, and the bishop, we all was kind of brainstorming that from the ground up, because we was talking about the past committee that we had and what was going on currently, all around us, and we were saying, what can we do to kind of get in front of what was happening, or what could happen. So that's why we said that kind of like told the police chief that, hey, we will just, if you let us, we will just dedicate whatever we have to that committee. So that was the only one that I applied for this time.
Yeah, and Mr. Greg is in District 2. So, I'm sorry, I say Greg, I meant Smith, Gary Smith.
Right.
So, Gary, one of the things, or the way that this board is going to work is, because we want equal representation. So there will be, it's a 9-member board. There will be 2 members from each council district. Okay, so you're in District 2. And then there'll be 1 at large. So, we've had obviously lots of interest. I think we have we're interviewing 19 people today for 9 slots. So, but as always, we appreciate your dedication. You're in the NAACPs. You guys are good partners, and we appreciate that very much. So let's dive in.
Okay.
So tell us a little bit about yourself and why you were interested in serving on this particular board.
Oh, well, first, probably know about the hat that I'm always wearing. I'm retired military, Army Recon First Sergeant.
Okay.
And originally from Palatka, Florida. I'm here by way of retired out of Fort Polk, Louisiana. And I met my wife here when I was stationed at Fort Hood. So my only wife, 39 years in Seal County, if she'll let me. But, and she's from Temple, Texas. So I've been around Temple now since 1979. And I actually became a resident here after retiring in 1989. That's the 20 years in the military. So I worked for not that many places because when Nextel came here to Bell County, I stayed with them, Nextel Sprint, like 14 years. I was a manager with them, which I attended the Leadership Temple when I was working with Sprint. And from there, I got introduced to the city. So, and I'm not sure why, but in ministry, people would come to you about different problems, about this, that, and other. So I just made it, my business to learn a lot more because I would want to give them some kind of answer to who you can go and help, about this, about that. Got introduced to the NAACP. And then I became the legal redress based on I went through the police academy. So I had a little knowledge about, the legal aspect of what was going on. And I had applied to the Texas Rangers and the FBI because of my MOS coming out of the military. That was pretty much the only thing that they said we kind of could be. So, and while I was waiting on getting acceptance for that, I went to work down on death row down in Huntsville, down in Ellis One. So I stayed down there for 2 years, working down there, and different things transpired down there. And then I never did get a definite on the academy. So I had to kind of focus on what am I going to do, after I retired out of the military. So I come back down here, and that's when I got introduced to Sprint, and I stayed with them. So being the legal redress at NAACP, I got to know everybody in the city. for one thing or another. They would come to us, about different things. After Leadership Temple, I went down, and was introduced, my kids was going to Jefferson, and I learned about the mentor program. So I think through Ms. Judy, they were saying, we need mentors. So I went and done that, and here it is again, a lot of people would come to me, about their kids. So I actually was brave enough, they had an election, and I tried to be one of the board of trustees for Temple Independent School.
Okay.
So I ran for that. That was an experience because I didn't know anything. I was in the military all this time, worked for the government, but I didn't understand the government. But that was a learning experience in itself, to learn campaigning and all of this. Well, unfortunately, I didn't win, but I got a lot out of it. Unfortunately, I didn't win because I was friends with everybody that was on the board. Okay, I really was, and they can get hit with some very difficult situations over there, difficult things, and I thought I was ready for it. And I used to go to meetings over there, and they had their meetings and everything. But I just kind of fell in love with. It wasn't because of the attention. I think I fell in love with being able to help people, outside of the ministry. They knew us, as being, preachers and all this thing, but they didn't know that we could help you with your just any kind of problem other than, who is this person in the Bible? I can actually help you if you need, your utilities and different things like that. So we just set out to want to do everything that we can do for people. And here lately, the whole world just got flipped up, and it became more citizens against the police, and I'm not saying I'm partial to the police, but I do understand what they do, and it's not an easy job. Okay, and coming out of the military, I was actually stationed on the Berlin border when the wall actually came down. I was actually stationed over there, second ACR. And so I was kind of familiar, with a lot of this stuff that was going on. So I figured that I had a lot that I could give to people in situations like this. For one, just to teach, just don't jump on the bandwagon because it's got the most people on. Because the most people don't mean that they're right. So make your own decision for yourself in these kind of situations here. And I truly believe in diplomacy stops wars. That doesn't say that and I'll use Russia as an example. It doesn't say that we're best friends with Russia, but to talk things out sometimes, is a whole lot better than shooting at them. Because if anybody ever been to combat, I'm going to tell you, there's nothing fun about anybody losing their life. I don't care if you call the Russians an enemy. I don't care if you call China. They are a human being. And if you ever get in one of those situations there, you'll never forget that experience. So I would want to talk things out before I move to anything. So when we had with T-Ray, was my first experience kind of in these kind of situations here where there was the police involved with a civilian and he was an African-American. It was matter of fact, his name was Gary, the officer, his name was Gary. It was three Garys, me, the chief, and the police officer. So when you said Gary, it was two people in the room saying, huh. So
Gary Smith.
Yes. Yeah, it was the same. So in that situation there, that was right after Mr. George English was he was on the council, and me and him to this day we became the best. I really looked up to him as almost like a father figure when it came down to Temple, because he could tell me a whole lot about Temple that I didn't know, and I would call him and ask him questions about this and about that. Well, we kind of made it through the T-Ray situation, but I wasn't satisfied with that whole thing
And the reason I wasn't satisfied with it was because there were people that were still carrying some hidden anger about that. And we would always talk in the NAACP is all we would need is something else to happen and it's going to explode.
Yeah.
And we knew it. Okay, well, then when this happened here, it was, you wouldn't believe how the things Brother Benny go out and talk to people.
You mean
and-
the Mr. Dean tragedy?
Right, exactly. So, we were just saying, we're playing catch up. You know, it's almost like we're chasing behind. And if we can't do that. Because like I give them all kind of military, scenarios where when you see an issue like this, you got to stay in front of it and you got to move as fast as it moves, but always stay in between the opposite force. Because if they ever meet each other, it's not going to be fun. Okay, and and I had actually drafted up a proposal, and I sent that proposal to Chief Sean, and not knowing that he already was working on this a new type of a board, and just out of coincidence, the things that we were saying was the things that was on his committee. So we knew this was God sent right here, and it's not over with yet. So what I personally want to do is I don't want to see our city be made an example of. I really don't.
Unless it's a positive example of communication between the citizens and the police.
Exactly, and it will work. I know it will work as long as we can take the personal feelings out of it. It will work. But if you let these little entities around here put in always one, I understand our history is something. We should never forget our history. But I'm a true believer in that our future is a whole lot better than our past. So what was in the past, if we made it through the past, learn from the past and build the future. But don't keep bringing the problem from the past and recreate it in the future. Because it'll never be the past. And what I see in a lot of these instances like this right here is we always want to go find something to bring it forward instead of finding something and learning from it. So I think this committee that we have right here is something that it can be just like a springboard to getting out to a lot of where there's no direction, where people are thinking on their own. Well, we can actually put a thought in front of them and just let them grab that. But as long as they got something else to think about, they won't go back into the past. But if you leave an idle mind sitting there, I guarantee you it's going to go negative. Because negative is what's already had, it's easy to imitate. But if I bring something new, it takes work because it's never been done before. But to recreate something that's in the past, if we want to come out here and we want to go down the street and break out all the windows downtown, that's good. Why? You haven't seen people do it. It's real easy. You know how to do that. But let's do something new. Let's try this. And the only way we're going to make this work is we got to put some voices out there. And we got to go out there right where they're at and get right in the middle of them and show them that, yes, it will work. And tearing up your city is nothing good. Nothing is good that's going to come out of this if we let it idle.
I've often thought, Gary, that had the Michael Dean shooting happened after George Floyd, I don't know where we'd be. I mean, I hope we'd be right where we are now. Right. With windows intact. And
Right.
Avoid that. I mean, I've thought about that.
Yes. It's
a bunch of times.
But I want it to be, and I understand how his mom feel, but because like I was saying, if you've ever been in the military and you've ever experienced somebody's loss, okay, when people say, I know how you feel, that's the wrong thing to say, because you don't know how they feel. So staying away from the personal part and just working on the administrative part. And don't let those two mix, because if I let my personal feelings come into play then it will change the whole process because you feel a certain way, you feel a certain way. But what's administratively before us, you choose to follow this and you can choose to follow this. I choose to follow this. Now all of us are the same. But if you go off of your personal, my personal, and your personal, we're gonna be different every time. I mean, we'll never be the same. So we have to have something illustrated in front of us, and we all have to agree, we mutually agree to say, let's do this right here together. And until you get to that point right there, but you can't, whatever you do, you can't let this go personal. You just can't.
I agree. Do you have any questions for us?
Well, I wanted to, I understand there was two parts to this. There was the first responders and there was the police.
Before this current slate of boards, we had what was called the Public Safety Advisory Board.
Right.
Gregory served on that one. I don't know if you did or not.
I did.
But Gregory did.
Yeah, about 5 years before he did.
Okay, so that basically took all of our public safety people. That board was to work with both police and
Right,
fire.
right.
So what we've decided to do this go around is to separate those two. And this one is the Citizens Police Advisory Council or Commission, I think, is just geared toward this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
So that'll be a total separate.
yes,
Okay.
And it's made up of 9 members.
It's the same.
2 from each,
Right.
each district, and 1 at large.
Okay.
so we will, where, like I said, I think I told you earlier, we're interviewing 19 for 9 positions. And we're also interviewing for 16 total boards.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it's gonna take a little while. So, I'm thinking you probably won't hear back from us for probably 2.5, 3 weeks at least. But, we appreciate all the work that you do in the community and with NAACP.
Yeah, I sure hope that we can be a part of it because when we was talking with the chief, I told him, I said, you're not in this place. And we're gonna be right there with you. I said, I mean, after meeting the chief and on different occasions and sitting down with him and speaking with him, I truly believe he's for this city. I truly believe it. I mean, that's something that I personally believe. And he's a professional. And me, Mr. Benny, and well, the NAACP, as an organization, we've said all the way up to the national, we've said that we're going to be with you. We're going to see this through. And we're not going to let our city get torn up. That's not going to happen. And we want to get every organization that we know that can assist us in this right here because this is a good place. And we have a lot of people here that's been here all their lives. And we owe them more than to just now that they've lived their life and they're in their 80s. But we owe them more than just to turn our back when the city really needs us. Because when they were our age, I don't think the city would have turned out the way it is if they would turn their back on. So they don't work too hard now. So they're sitting down now they're resting. Now it's our time. I know it's not my home city, but I chose it to be my home city and you're not gonna tear it up. That's just the way it is.
Great way to look at it.
Yeah, you're not gonna tear it up. Because where am I? If I let you tear this up, where am I going? You might can go somewhere else, but I don't want to go anywhere else. And I'm not gonna let you tear it up. So we either you're gonna sit down and we're gonna talk, or we'll find something to do with you, but I'm not going nowhere.
You're free to go.
Okay. I can go now. All right.
Thank you.
All right, and y'all be blessed too.
You too, on work, call me.
Okay, and we had a job fair yesterday, and I'm doing some virtual interviews also. So if you know anybody that wants a job out there at Scott and White in hospitality, just
District 3. Okay. Thank you for being here. We're running.
Sorry, I forgot my mask.
Oh.
See if I can't make another entry.
Hey, before you run off, so do you know everybody here, Mr. Brandon?
No, I don't know
Okay.
anybody.
Susan Long, I'll be right back. Sorry.
So-
Judy Morales.
Kim Davis. Kim.
And Wendell Lee.
So,
Yes, sir.
So District 3, that would make Susan your representative.
okay.
The one walking out the door.
Yeah, the one
Right
leaving.
back.
So,
Mr.
Mr. Brandon,
Anderson's one, so occasionally.
okay. I went to high school with a girl named Laura Branham in Abilene years ago. Branham's not just a real popular, not a real common name.
No,
So,
it's
yeah.
not.
Yeah, so I think that's the only other Branham I've ever known. So it's a pleasure to meet you. So we basically have 3 questions that we're asking everybody. So we'll just kick it off. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in serving on this board?
I'm retired. I moved from California out here 3 years ago. And I did body work and for 40 years. And I retired from that, and California got so high on everything. So we decided that we needed to make a move, both of us. So we moved to Temple.
Curiosity question. How'd you pick Temple?
We picked Temple because it would be my son's wife has family in Georgetown. So we went to Georgetown to look for housing, and it was a little expensive. So we just kept going down the road, you
As the
know,
price drops.
as the prices drop, yeah.
You get further from Austin, it gets more livable.
Yes, yes, exactly.
Okay.
So when we moved there and volunteered for anything that I can do just to keep busy. 2 years ago, I volunteered for the air show. We went out to the air show, but last year was no show, so. And I guess there's not gonna be another one this year.
So I guess we have you to blame for not having an air show because you volunteered for one and then it went away.
Yeah, it was, she told us, the lady said that, we're gonna have the air show this year, but next year we're not gonna do it. And just so happens it was Corona happened, so it was a good thing she wasn't planning on it, but I figured that she was gonna do it this year, but it didn't seem like it's gonna happen. But I need to do something. I want to get out of the house. I need, stay in the house, you get stagnant, and I need to move. So I volunteered for anything.
So what skills, talent, or experience do you think that you're gonna bring to this board?
Skills. Actually, I don't really know. I don't know what is offered. I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah.
As far as that goes.
Sure. So, what I see is you applied for a total of 4 boards.
Okay.
And so,
I don't know. My wife told me she did it. So if I did, I did.
okay, yeah, you did.
Okay.
Let me ask your wife.
She really wants you out of the house.
Yeah.
Yes, she does. She works for Kohl's, so I'm home all the time. I cook and do all the other stuff, and she goes to work and she thinks she's head of the house. Now it's all right.
She's the one that told you to volunteer. I think she's head of the house.
She must be crazy if you do the cooking to want you out of the house.
Yeah.
I do all the cooking. I do all the cooking.
Oh, man.
Do you have any questions of us?
What does this consist of, as far as being on the committee? What do you have to do?
Well, the one that you're applying for now is what's called the Citizens Police Advisory Commission. It's a new board. It's going to be a very important board for us. It's you know, there's some issues that we went through with an officer involved shooting back in December, 2 years ago. That, so this will be, this is going to be, we're interviewing 19 people. And those 19 folks are, you know, they're pretty passionate about this board in particular. And so my thinking is, if you don't even really know what this board is, this might not be the one for you. And maybe one of those other 3 could be. And I don't have, does anybody have a list of what Mr. Brandon's applied for?
It was airport, citizens police, civil service commission, and emergency services.
What was the last one?
Emergency services, yeah. And the emergency services, it was the predecessor to this board, if you will. Emergency services in its prior life was represented, count the commission members were looking at both fire and police issues and helping fire chief and police chief. We have decided to split that out. So we are interviewing for a brand new board for the police department. But the former emergency services board is going to still exist for the fire department. So it's 2 separate entities of that. And the process is we get to interview you, we get to you answer some questions, we get to know you, and then we won't bring you back for 3 more interviews.
Right.
But as openings come up, we'll have the information to sit down and see if we can slot you into a board position.
Cool.
So, I mean, we don't have the ability to explain all 4 of the boards, but you can go to the website and there's a synopsis of the boards and what they do, and that might help you kind of focus on which one you really would like to try to get on.
I would love to be on anyone. I mean, it would be perfect for me.
Well, and hopefully that'll work, but if it doesn't, there's lots of good organizations this town looking for volunteers, always.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, any of the churches, you know, there's some, there's 4 food pantries around. I mean, there's lots to do. Lots of needs for people and lots of needs for volunteers. So. Good. Yeah. Yeah, that might be a good place to start. But I've made some notes here for you, about you here, and, you know, we'll see if you know, you might fit somewhere else. And I like I said, I just don't think this is the one for you right now.
Okay.
Just, you know, be honest with you.
All right.
So, but yeah, I made some notes. Airport, emergency services, and civil service are the other 3, and we'll keep you in mind for those.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. sir.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
What was the third?
Civil service.
What he, body work on cars? Is that what you-
Really is that there?
Okay.
She's been very dedicated. She's been very dedicated.
But and it's kind of a bad deal.
She gets off.
Comes in, he's
Yeah.
and boom, you know, the quarter out there, slotting in somewhere. That's a little fallacy process. I don't know how she.
Yeah.
First go.
Yeah, I agree. Hey, how are you, ma'am?
I'm doing good.
Good, come on in. You're welcome to unmask if you would like. If you would not like, that's fine too.
I can do it. I'm far away from y'all, so
Yeah.
I'll be fine.
Okay, good. Well, it's good to see you.
Well, it's good to see y'all.
Thank you. So Ms. Alaniz, District 2.
Two.
Do you know everyone here?
Yes, you too.
I know. I just want to make sure you do.
So Ms. Alaniz, the plan on this board, this is the Citizen Police Advisory Committee. It will be 9 members.
Okay.
And we're interviewing 19 people today for for those 9 slots. And it will be 2 people from each district within Temple.
Okay.
We want to be sure that we're getting equal representation across town. So there will be 2 people 4 districts, so that's 8 people, and there'll be 1 person at large. Okay, and so what we're doing today is we're asking everybody these same 3 questions.
Okay,
And so if you don't mind, we'll just go ahead and get started.
go ahead.
All right, first question is, if you would, please tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in serving on this board.
My name is Lydia Alanis, and I thank y'all for having me here. I want to be on this board because my planning and zoning commission is fixing to be up, and I decided, well, I'll have to look to see what it is that I want to do next. So I started looking, and I saw where they had something involving with the police, and I had owned a Belmont business for 33 years and very successful at it. I interacted with the police. As a matter of fact, I think I knew most of them. I started when my business was over there behind the Temple Telegram, and the police station was next to the Temple Telegram.
Yeah.
And so I've always interacted with the attorneys and the judges, and so I've always enjoyed, doing all the things that was involved with the business.
Okay, interesting. I don't envision you knocking down a door to a bell jumper's home, but maybe.
Hey, sometimes we would do that. Yeah.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
You got to, they got to save that money.
So what skills, talents, or experience do you think you'd bring to the position?
Well, I really don't know what is involved in the position that, but I think with my background, I think that will help me out a lot to at least understand, what's going on with the police department or the police officers or people that I will be getting involved. I just really enjoy all of that.
The pauses are, we're taking notes.
Yeah.
So we're not ignoring.
Taking
We're
good notes.
I'm
Okay?
taking notes, we're not ignoring.
Well, I've lost track. What was your business? What is your business?
I used to own a bail bond business.
That's what I thought.
I
And I
used
didn't
to bail
understand you
people
said
out of
bail.
jail.
Yeah, and that's what, no, I know what a bail bondsman is. I just didn't, I thought, never mind. I got it.
My daughter was always really embarrassed about that situation when she was a teenager, and she'd say, "Mom, aren't you embarrassed you're getting crooks out?" I said, "No." I said, "This is the way the justice system works. You always, I'm there on the first part of the wheel." I said, "You're innocent until you're proven guilty." So all of my clients are innocent.
Until proven guilty.
Yes, right.
And I would like the record to show she never bailed me out.
You figured you'd jump.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, and I have to be looking for you.
What do you think you would like to accomplish? If you were put on this board, what would you like to accomplish as a board member?
Well, first of all, I want to learn what it is that I need to accomplish.
Yeah.
But what I really would like is to be able to help the citizens keep this our town safe. I live over there on the east side, so we're always dealing with the police over there, and I would like to really help. Probably just make sure that everybody is treated fairly.
Is what?
Equally.
Treated
Yes,
treated in communication.
Equally, and I would like to accomplish the fact that I want to make a difference in what I do. I've always gotten involved with giving my time to different causes, and it depends on what age I'm at, because when my little boy was little, I went and signed up to be his coach because he didn't have a coach. And I did it with the city, and I did it all the way up till the time that he was 18 years old. So I was his coach. And I coached basketball and baseball and soccer, and we always won.
It takes a bail bondsman to be a coach.
Yes.
Did you enjoy your time on P and Z?
Oh, I love
You
it.
enjoy that work?
I don't want to leave. As a matter of fact, I tell everybody, oh, why can't I stay here?
You have to say at least.
Gotta go.
I'll say that Lydia and I have talked several times over the years about issues occurring in District 3 that would be coming, would have been coming or were coming before P and Z. And she's been helpful to me. I hope I've been helpful to her, but we've bounced ideas off. She doesn't just sit there and hear what's coming. She looks into it first.
Do you happen to recall the other boards that you applied for?
That was the only one. This is the only board that I applied for. And because I think my time is gonna be over in September for the planning and zoning.
She
That was it.
listed planning and zoning as well.
So you can't do that one.
Correct.
And this one?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought my paperwork showed 3.
I've got 3
We're doing the
applications.
diversity?
Really? What are they?
Jana, I don't know. It doesn't, it just, Janet, I've got 3 applications. It doesn't tell us which 3, just that there are 3.
It's,
First of all, I'm not a computer guru, so I might have touched a couple of them. I don't know.
it's just a mistake. I want to show too.
Well, it's fine. Not a worry.
Okay. Do you have any questions for us?
Well, I just like to be enlightened about what this new, is it a new,
Yep, it's one of the new ones.
Brand new.
so, yeah, I would like to have a little bit more background, or what is the date that we're gonna be meeting, things like that, so.
Well, it's gonna be meeting on those, once a month, right now. We don't know if it's gonna stay like that, but it'll be the second week in each month. It'll be at 6 o'clock
Tuesday.
on a Tuesday.
Okay.
And so, they've got a little bit of explanation on there, but what you're really be looking at and advising is more of some of the policies, that police have, come up with some new ideas, and they bring up some ideas of programs. Is this something the community would support? How can the community support the police department? We talked about the COPS program, bringing that back. But all ideas of bouncing back and forth, and this is an advisory capacity. So it'll be taken to the chief, and the city manager and the chief will be the ex officio on those committees. That particular committee. So they will take that information and pass it on to the council. If there's something they feel like we really need to look into more than we're taking. But the advice and also the communication of what's going on and how to communicate it to the community. When there's issues that go on, like the shootings or whatever, we need the voices in the community that can explain it to the neighbors and to the people of really what's going on, and try to keep everything where it's calm, but yet informative, and let them know that nobody's trying to hide anything, in other words, but be transparent. So really a voice in the community, police actions. And
Well, I really enjoy working with Sean, we've teamed up with some things, and I really enjoy it. He's a very nice person.
Isn't it?
But it's key to be a communicator between the police and the community. It's
How-
individualized.
How have you gotten to know him?
I was on the board to select him.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I remember. Good,
I really enjoyed that too.
good.
I enjoy doing a lot of the things that I've been doing lately. I guess it's my age.
No, it's your brain.
And then, I don't want it to go to waste.
By the way, we worked this morning, we're working with Chief Randall's to set up a vaccine clinic at Our Lady of Guadalupe next weekend. The lady is providing a lot of volunteers to do that, so we're working on that.
Yeah.
Excellent.
And I also do the feed my sheep once a month, the church. Yeah, I'm the cook. I'm a very good cook. As a matter of fact, I used to have a restaurant called Dos Amigos right there at the bus station. And I don't know if you remember Judge Carroll.
Sure.
He loved my guacamole.
You're talking about,
Me and my husband were roommates.
Were they? Yeah. I hardly ever get to see him anymore. I think the last time I saw him is when I went to Lepac.
He moved out in the country.
Yeah. So, yeah, I miss everybody. Everybody's either died or, retired. So I know very few people, but I still go to the courthouse for my daughter. So I really enjoy all of that.
Maybe you better get a bail bondsman business again.
Well, I do it for my daughter. I do the
Oh.
bookkeeping part.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it's just like a couple hours, a day and that's it.
Your daughter took over her business.
Okay, I missed that part, sorry.
And just let her have it because, she just, was good at it. When I had my business in Georgetown, she was an office manager there. And so she said, Mama, I just want one. I don't want 5 like you used to have. That was too much work. So, well, you can have this one if you want to.
Hmm.
So,
All right, well, we thank you for your time on P and Z, and we thank you for coming in for this one.
I enjoy it. I really do. I enjoyed all of y'all, being there doing the things that you do for the city.
Thank
I really like all my people that are called staff at the P and Z. I appreciate all their hard work that they do. They're really good people.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, okay. Well,
Okay.
thank y'all.
Thank
bet.
you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Lydia, have you all, either you or your daughter read Janet Ivanovich,
Mhm.
Stephanie Plum? Great humor.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
I guess it takes a bail bondsman to know a bail bondsman.
Jennifer loved those books.
It's a very Heather.
I think they kind of deteriorated. I think Ivanovich has gone kind of off the deep end, just got kind of nasty, but they were wonderful at the beginning. The grandmother, oh my God.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay, well, thank y'all for having me here.
You bet. Thank you, ma'am.
so
You
much.
have a good weekend.
Y'all too. And I guess we'll see you tomorrow, Judy.
Yeah, would you call the chief Reynolds and see if we got that information on what we
We're putting you front and center.
Okay.
See here.
Thank you.
Any application?
We're glad you're here. Sorry, we're a little slightly disorganized. We're trying to get our paperwork caught up.
Yes, appreciate you being on time. The guy that that's supposed to be sitting in that seat right now is running a little late.
Okay.
Thanks for being here.
Yes, sir.
So, well, very good. It's a pleasure to meet you. Do you know anybody here? Do you know?
No.
Okay, let's go around and introduce.
Hi, I'm Susan Long. How are you?
Morales.
Tim Davis, Mayor.
And Wendell Williams.
We're missing one.
Okay.
She's couldn't make it today.
Okay.
So, we appreciate you being here. So you have applied for the Citizens Police Advisory Commission.
Yes, sir.
And we basically have 3 questions. We're asking the same questions of everybody.
Yes, sir.
Make them as short and sweet as you want, or make them as long, this is your time.
Okay.
So, the first question, and they're all simple.
May I
questions.
ask a question, sir?
Yes, sir.
What does your shirt say? I can't read it. I can't see.
Texas Commission on Jail Standards.
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Had a bail bonds person,
Yeah.
and then, so question number 1, tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in serving, in this capacity.
My name is Byron Shelton. I've been in the Temple area since 1991. When I served in the U.S. military, U.S. Army. I was in the Army from 1989 to 1992. After I got out of the military, got married, stayed in the Temple area. From there, I worked at Wilson Arm for a little bit.
Okay.
Felt that wasn't my niche. So my pastor at the time, Reverend Quentin Gibson at St. James United Methodist Church, he was friends with Mike Wilcox, works at Temple Police Department. We talked a little bit about the police department.
short time later, I ended up applying at the police department, working at the Temple Police Department in their jail. I stayed there approximately 3 years. From there, I moved on to Bell County Sheriff's Department. At Bell County Sheriff's Department, I ended up staying there 19 years. I elevated up from a floor officer up to the jail administrator. I just retired in September. In October, I took a job with the Texas Commission on Jail Standards, where I go around inspecting jails throughout the state of Texas. And the other part of it, I'm sorry, Mayor, what was the other part you said about saying something about myself?
And just why you're interested in
Okay.
serving.
Why I'm interested in serving this position, I think that's something I've been in all my life, service. I think it's important, especially law enforcement. Like I said, I'm a retired police officer as well as a retired jailer. But I think that's a community that's forgotten. But I think also times have changed, and you have a lot of citizens that have concerns and mistrust with the police department. And I think it's excellent that this idea came about for the city of Temple. I think it's going to give the citizens, this board can serve as citizens' voice to address their concerns. But I think ultimately the goal of this group would be to mend the relationship of the police department and the citizens, where they can have one of trust and work together with one another.
Have you met our police chief, our new police chief?
No, I haven't met Mr. Reynolds. I met Floyd Mitchell when he was at Temple, and I was at the Sheriff's Department, but I haven't met Mr. Reynolds. No.
What skills, talents, or experience do you think you could bring to this position?
Again, my experience in law enforcement, dealing with people, I think I'm a very good communicator. I think I'm somebody that's level-headed, and I think my key skill is developing relationships. And I think that's ultimately, again, that's what the goal is here, to develop a relationship with the citizens, not only just to voice their concerns, but again, to build one with trust, where they can ultimately go to the police department and feel safe and feel that their concerns and needs are going to be addressed.
So when you say that, where are you coming from when you say something like that? Are you, and I'm not,
Yes, sir.
this is just what's floating around.
Yes, sir.
I'm not trying to be offensive
Yes,
at
sir.
all.
Yes, sir.
So whenever you say something like that, to give people a chance to trust again, et cetera. Are you relating that just sort of the overall relationship between citizens and police departments with all the stuff that went on this summer?
No, sir.
Or are you thinking about our incident with Michael Dean, or just kind of, where's that coming from? Just help me
I think it's a little bit of both,
Okay.
along with my overall experience in the business itself.
Okay.
I think the big deal is, unfortunately, we come to a time where the city of Temple has grown. It's just in my time here, it's grown tremendously. And with that, the police department, their responsibilities have grown. So they got to a point where, a lot of times they're going from call to call to call.
Yeah.
So they don't have the time to develop a relationship. So a lot of times when people deal with police officers, it's usually on a negative basis.
Yeah.
I think it needs to be something different, just like in a jail aspect. People have questions, people have ideas, they have concerns. And I think that that's kind of gone away, that skill. But let me say that when I started with the Temple Police Department, we had the cops program, which was great. We had the officers on the bikes. They were able to get to the neighborhoods such as Wayman Manors, the Section 8, some of the Section 8 neighborhoods and other neighborhoods where they could interact with the citizens. That again has gone away just for the simple need. It's not enough police officers. And, I know when they get on duty, sometimes they're down so many calls. They're just jumping from call to call to call. So they don't have the time just to have simple interaction, going into a store, going into a neighborhood, introducing themselves. That's missing, that whole skill factor is missing.
Yeah, and that's come up in a number of these interviews today.
Yes, sir.
Was and really, none of us were on the council whenever the COPS program was discontinued.
Okay.
But it was simply budgetary in nature. There wasn't enough money to maintain it.
Mhm.
And a number of the folks that sat there today have mentioned what an impact that had on
Mhm.
Temple, and especially East Temple.
Yeah.
So thank you for bringing that up.
And the other factor that's hitting that now is the police staff is down.
Yes, sir.
It's hard to get it.
It's hard, yeah, yes, sir, yes, sir.
Yeah,
Hard to
Yes,
hire
sir.
people
Yeah.
that people are not actively necessarily wanting to be police officers,
Mhm.
is what they've seen in the country. And so you're putting overtime on people and
Exactly.
like you said, call to call to call to
Yeah.
call. There's not time to build relationships.
Exactly.
I'm making an assumption here, but it sounds like you would be a proponent of community policing.
Yes, definitely. I understand, like you said, budgetary needs and that good things, but, you know, police agencies, from what I know, they go with trends. So I know when Floyd Mitchell was here, you had a trend when crime was up. So a task force was created to deal with, hardened crime. Okay, so now the trend is we need to put our arms around the community and build us back up, you know? So I think, you know, now the need focus, it changes. So you have to be able to bend with the trends. Mental health, that's a big deal. So now you're gonna have more mental health professionals trying to be with the police departments just as well as police officers. So again, you just gotta go with the trends. And right now, the trend again is for the need to interact with the citizens.
Probably more than it's been any time in the past.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
What would you like to accomplish as a board member?
Seeing again, citizens stop using the words they don't trust the police. Where again, ultimately, you know, we want to be able to minimize the crime in Central Texas. That's the whole goal of it. But ultimately, again, where people don't use that word, that they don't trust the police. And where they feel that just because the officer is in a uniform, that he or she's above the law. Everybody should be held accountable.
Do you have any questions for us?
So the commitment of the board is something we meet monthly, bi-weekly.
Yes, sir. So right now, of course, you know, we're talking about 16 boards, so the calendar's full.
Okay, yes, sir.
But right now, this board is slated for the second Tuesday of every month at 6 p.m.
Okay.
So, and I don't know if I explained to you earlier, but it will be a total of 9 members.
Okay.
So there are 4 different districts in town.
Yes, sir.
Very creative, District 1, 2, 3, and 4. And there's 2 members from each district that will be on the board, so that would be 8.
Okay.
Plus 1 at large.
Okay.
So that'll be how kind of the board makeup and,
Okay.
and when they meet.
Okay.
Give us some time.
Yes, sir.
We're interviewing for 16 boards. This is our second one.
Okay.
We did one yesterday.
Okay, y'all quite
So,
busy.
yeah. So we're getting after it.
Okay.
But, give us, probably don't expect to hear from us for 2.5, 3 weeks.
Yes, sir.
Something like that.
Yes, sir.
And then we'll holler at you.
Okay. Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
It's a
Yeah,
pleasure.
have a great weekend.
We appreciate your interest.
Thank you.
Very
Thank you.
much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good weekend.
You guys do the same.
That was interesting.
This is so interesting.
Yeah.
We've had so many good.
Yeah. So Tucker, do you know everybody here?
I do now.
Okay.
I do, yeah. I don't know if you remember me, but I worked with you on one of the leadership temple projects. Yes, ma'am. You too.
So Tucker's in District 2 and he's put in one application. This is it.
This is his one and only first choice.
I hope it works. I don't have anything to fall back on.
But I'm missing one detail, Tim.
Okay.
Why did Wendell beat you up to get you here?
He didn't beat me up. He called me. We know each other through UMHB. He's a
Okay.
longtime friend of Mary Hardin Baylor. I work as a fundraiser at Mary Hardin Baylor, so I'm out in the community. He just called me and said, I'd like for you to be more involved. And then I was reading all the boards and commissions and I really liked this one. I really resonated with it. And so that's why I'm here today.
So we're glad you're here.
Thank you.
Tucker and his wife and their, how old's the baby now?
Uh,
2 years?
1 year.
1 year old. You live over by Travis Science.
I do.
And so it just, he wants to get involved in the community.
Perfect. Very,
Excuse me for interrupting.
No.
well, I interrupted to begin with, but I could tell you all knew each other and I had to know what the
Yes, ma'am.
details were.
Yes, ma'am. UMHB.
Okay. So we're basically asking 3 questions, asking the same questions of, I mean, everyone's getting the same questions and really they sort of, as you answer question 1, they'll answer lots of questions 2. So just free flow, let it come on out. So first off, is tell us about yourself and why you're interested in serving in this capacity.
Well, like you already know, my name is Tucker Glaske. I'm not from here. I'm from Tyler. Came here because of Mary Hardin Baylor. I was hired in 2012 after I graduated from Mary Hardin Baylor. And I thought I would leave every year after that. But when I married my wife, or 2 years into my job, I realized UMHB is my home. This is my home. I better get used to it. I love it here. So that's why I'm here. Really 2 main reasons that I applied for this and why I want to be more involved. One is I started co-started an organization called Rising Leaders. It's formed out of previously what the JCs was. It's a young professionals group, and we really want to be about getting involved and serving in our community. And so I want to help lead the way on that. And so by serving in a capacity like this, I hope to do that just lead the way for a young group of professionals that'll hopefully be a really bright spot for Temple for years to come. More personally, why I signed up for this is I was a young life leader in college, and I got to know a group of young men from Temple High School and became their mentor, about 8 of them. From Tyler, from a Christian family, a really more of a fluent family, went to a Christian school. The environments I was a part of and the environments that I experienced when I was hanging out with these kids were drastically different, and it changed my life forever, and changed where we live today, changed everything we do, church we go to. It's just radically, in a really positive and good way. They just captured my heart. This just, we've just become family with.
Impact.
Yes, sir. And so that started a string of just changes in our life. My heart really kind of really changed when I realized the need for 2 years out of school. So I got to know them about juniors or seniors, 2 years out of school. It's about 3 or 4 years after I first got to know these group of young men. 4 or 5 of them were in jail. None of them had dads. And so I realized there's this kind of window right out of high school that this school agenda's off, and there's just a lot of falling through the cracks. So really, my passion is to help young men in that 2-3 year window when they get their GED or drop out of school, even for a lot of them, and helping them kind of become productive members of society. And so I'm not really one to really, my MO is just to help them individually. Organizations are great that do it, but I don't want to paint the picture that I'm going to be out there cheerleading for and starting organizations. That's not really where I feel called. I feel called to get to know a handful of young men and really help them in any way I can. in that specific window. So that's why this interests me. That's why I'm here. And that's why it's the only one I really applied for. I think planning, zoning and all that stuff's actually really, I would love to learn about all that and be a part maybe in the future, but this is the one that kind of tugged at my heart.
Makes sense. Very logical.
Yeah.
What skills, talents, or experience would you bring to the position? And again, you've already answered some of that.
Yes. So I think I have a unique perspective just in living so intimately with some of the lives and with this Black Lives Matter movement that happened months ago, and hearing the frustrations from that particular community. But I'm also very entrenched in another community. And so I found it a really useful place to be. I don't know if that's the right word, but to really help speak truth on both sides, because I think there's mistruth on both sides that gets spread around. And so really am passionate about bringing solutions to the table and bringing communications to the table that will really help further our community grow together in unity. I want to caveat that. I want to say that I'm not one that's going to be the cheerleader on social media, so if that's really, it's one of my, was in understanding this, if you're looking for people that are pushing messages, it's probably not going to be me, but you're nodding your head, so I'll just,
So that's
okay.
not what this is about.
Okay, so I just think I live and seen both worlds and I'm in them enough. I have enough relationships on. So I just think I bring a unique perspective. I wouldn't say there's any particular skill set or degree that I have. I think it's just perspective and relationships I have.
Do you work at all with Kim White?
I haven't worked in an official capacity, but I certainly know Kim. She knows me, and we've connected on several individual
She was
kids.
here today. She's one of our
Okay.
applicants. Very impressive
Yep.
woman.
Yep,
Never met her, but read about her.
yep. She's amazing.
Yeah. And
Amazing.
her commitment and enthusiasm mirrors yours.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or yours mirrors her, one of the two.
So a minute ago, Tucker, you said that you were in community, so you talked about for the Black Lives Matter community, and then you said another community. Is that the Impact Church community?
No, I just mean,
Or just you being a non-African American?
yeah, I would say that.
Yeah, okay, I got you.
I would say, I'd just say being a white, affluent male specifically,
Yeah.
and even being in fundraising at Mary Hardin Baylor, I'm in a whole different realm than I see, where I go home and my friends over there. I just think that drawing a bridge, I just don't think they're as separate as people think. And I think, we're all people, and we all have different needs, and the most loving people I know are on both. So I guess I'm just speaking to more of the content, what you see online and the kind of the vitriol that you see, not necessarily in our community specifically, although I think there is some. But yeah, I guess as a white affluent male is who I'm talking about, is the other group, really impacts more of just kind of a really poverty stricken, it's more poverty. It's really trying to help the homeless and those that are kind of in the fringes the most. It's not specifically really my engagement with the Black community specifically was with Young Life in that ministry, not necessarily Impact specifically.
Yeah.
And your interest or passion, I would say, would be young male post-teenager.
Yes,
Late
ma'am.
teenage, early.
Yes, ma'am.
early
That's who I find myself most. I don't know. I become like kind of a coach or a cheerleader for
Sure,
where
I
I'm in it.
understand what you mean.
Yeah. So I find myself doing the most good there. Yeah. Yes,
That's
ma'am.
where you feel comfortable mentoring.
I guess so. Yes, ma'am. I guess so.
Thank you for being a TISD mentor. I was on the school board when we started that mentor project. And it's
So actually,
astonishing.
I want to be a part of that. I have not been.
Oh,
This was totally separate through Young Life.
oh, okay.
And TISD was amazing by opening their doors to a group of college students that want to come up and love on TISD students. I love that we're able to do that. That's the connection that got me started in mentoring. But it was actually probably 6 months ago that someone told me about that particular mentoring program, which I had not known about.
We have
So
a
that is
very,
something,
very
yep,
Younger kids,
yep.
at a very critical point in their lives.
I've heard amazing things about that. So I do, that is,
Good.
it's a good word.
I've got your name. I know where I'm sitting.
Good, yes, yes, seriously, please.
So our third question is, what would you like to accomplish as a board member? Unless you have something else that you need to add, I think I have a good understanding.
Yeah.
Okay.
I probably don't know, and I've, like I said, I've never served on a board of this type before, so I would be eager to learn and to be a resource or asset, however I could be. I don't have any agenda or plan coming in. I'd love to learn and learn how I can be of a help assistance.
Do you have any questions for us?
Mayor, police chief.
I have not. No, I think that I'm fine. So I've met him through Leadership Temple, but I have not met him on a personal level. But I would like to.
Very outgoing,
What was
very.
your position with Leadership Temple this last go around?
I was curriculum chair and then will be president of Leadership Temple this year. And that's one of the goals that we want for Leadership Temple is to get to know him better, meaning a more intimate, ask questions. We want people walking away like knowing him.
You will.
Yeah.
A brief interaction.
He's just that
and
good.
He's just that open.
Yeah.
Friendly.
Yeah. I've heard that. So,
Yeah.
We could probably get into your Rising Leaders group too.
yep,
Yeah.
that would be really great. That'd be really great.
So I sent, Michael, is it Rousseau?
Uh-huh.
Over at BGFN.
He's on the board.
Niemeyer's
Yeah.
group, yeah. He contacted me about kind of opportunities within the city.
Yep.
And that group of guys that y'all have there, that's the next, I think, if they'll keep at it, that's the next group of leaders in town. Is Tucker, Michael,
Parker Helmig, Tyler Germstead, Casey Beavers, Brandon Bozon at Temple College.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
you're gonna see some of those names.
Yes.
in there.
Yep.
Just not accident.
Yeah.
Tyson McLaughlin, he's our president this year.
yeah, that's who I heard from, Tyson
Yeah.
also. Yeah.
One of the
They're
things
all
we
phenomenal.
kind of talked about, we have, how many of these? 16 boards and commissions?
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the things we really, it wasn't a plan, but we, as we started to develop, looking at the applications, looking at the names, looking at who we wanted to interview, we really, really want to, you can see, all of us are a little older.
Wisdom is
We
all
want,
I
yes, exactly. Lots of wisdom and age.
Big
But we
deal.
want to develop
Yeah.
younger people that
Yeah,
are just coming and being interested in the community. It's very important to have, develop those skills.
Yes, ma'am. I agree. We heard from Steve Wright at our last meeting. He was just talking about we wanted to ask him, how can we be the best board we can? He really, I'm telling you, more than any talk I've ever heard for our whole board, inspired that entire room. And we just really want to get involved and we really want to help in any way. So if there's anything that, a lot of things I didn't even know about board. I'm embarrassed to say that I'm 31 and been in this community working as a professional. I didn't even know that these opportunities existed. So any way that Rising Leaders can help push out information to get leaders involved, we're really wanting to.
And everybody doesn't have to be a leader.
Yeah.
Everybody, many people can say, I just want to participate.
Yeah.
I don't want to be president of the whatever organization. I don't want to run for office. I just want to participate.
Yeah.
And that's so important.
We appreciate you guys being intentional about that, because that is something that the leadership across, whether it's the city or lost my train of thought, the school board, they realize that age-wise, there's a group of leaders that are gonna kind of age out. And I appreciate you guys being intentional about that.
Yeah.
Keep at it.
We're learning, we, like us, we're green, but we have energy at least.
I don't think you're a green person.
Well,
You may, you.
I am more than maybe it looks, but we're energetic and we really do. We all know we're gonna be, we all want to be a part of the future of Temple, you know.
Yeah, that's great.
So I don't have any questions as far as, but I know this is a new committee, correct? So are we, is this the expectation just to kind of figure some things out as we go? Okay.
No, I mean, it initially will be, I envision it, I think we envision it initially as being city-led, to sort of give everybody a chance to get to know each other. And then ultimately, there's a list of tasks. I don't mean to-dos, I mean, community involvement and things like that. So, no, you're not gonna show up at first meeting, pull your thumb and say, all right, guys, what are we gonna come up with? That's, it's very intentional. And most of it is about outreach. It's about communication within the community.
Okay.
And it's about getting to know the systems within the police department and opening lines of communication. Because ultimately, and I've said this 4 or 5 times today, what my vision is for this committee, sort of in the first 2 or 3 things that I say, this is what these guys need to be doing, is develop a rapport up to the police department. And then we want to put community people on there that ultimately you can communicate what the police department wants, down through the board into the community, then also what the community wants and needs, straight back up into the city. I'm not ashamed to say it, this is a direct result of the lack of communication, the lack of having a system in place with the Michael Dean shooting. Because we really floundered, and it was because ultimately, I feel like, I'm not gonna throw anybody else under the bus, but I feel like we didn't have a tool to communicate. And we hurt some people and we hurt our reputation. That whole thing could have been done so much better with just a couple of tweaks. And so that's what we're trying to do now. This is one of those tweaks. Awesome. So that's where we are.
It's exciting.
It's a blank slate.
It is.
And with the leadership of the city council, but more importantly, the city manager, the chief of police, y'all will fill that slate in of what that advisory board is going to concentrate on, work on, and accomplish.
Awesome. It's really exciting.
It is. Yep. Thank you for what you do in the community already.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thanks for letting
Your
me come.
interest in this.
Yeah,
Thanks so much.
sorry that my first impression was being 15 minutes.
Oh, for heaven's sake. We were late anyway.
Just for a second,
Yeah.
I know you've got to go on these too, but your Rising Leaders organization, he mentioned that it's a kind of replacement for the JCs. I grew up in Temple when the JCs was a very active organization. And that's where I first met Roscoe Harrison and a lot of people. And people at that point, you had to get out at age 35, but they learned leadership skills and they met people in the community. It's the first time I ever met Jamie Clemens was through the JCs. And those people have risen up and become community leaders. But that organization floundered nationwide, not just in Temple. And I think there's been a search for an organization that young people, male and female, can come up in and grow and get involved at an early age. So 10 years from now, Tucker or anybody that sat at that table is sitting on this side of the table and helping guide this community forward. So I congratulate y'all and y'all stay with it. And he was kind enough to let me get involved a couple of times with his Leadership Temple deal last year when he was curriculum chair. And that's another program.
That's a great program.
Oh, it is. It's.
Yeah, and what I would ask of y'all even is, any kind of insight or even coming to a board, we just, so right now, what our strategy is to have someone at a city council member, someone represented at the elected, and so that's just what we thought, we just want to, so you should have one of us, but if there's things you think of that we really need to be doing as or even stuff we're not doing well, we just love feedback and we, like I said, we want to learn truly. And we really want to lean on people like y'all who also have a heart for this community. I've been doing it for years. we just want to learn. And so if you have suggestions or if you want to come to a board meeting and talk to us, please, by all means, or we'll probably be reaching out either way. So,
Yeah, I mean, do.
okay.
You know, and take heart, I'd say this, I'm not necessarily proud of it, but it is what it is. I just decided to run for city council.
Yeah.
So I've never served on one of these. And these things, in Hamburg. So these boards and commissions, this is the training ground for leadership of the city. And, like I said, it took me a long time to get up to speed. But then you'll mess around one day and be mayor. So.
Not if you're smart.
I don't think they pay enough.
Why am I here? But, you know, again,
Because you're a very good mayor.
well, listen, the great thing about Temple and where we are now is that we're not so big that you have to have some sort of political agenda to
Right.
serve. Just step up and raise your hand and we'll find a place.
Very accessible.
And if not this time, then next time.
Actually, you're better off not having a political agenda because
Right.
this isn't political.
Right.
We're not one party or the other.
Well,
We have disagreements, but we come together and talk things out and work.
Yep.
For one reason, what we see is the best for the city.
a lot of times in the Dallases and the Austins, your first step is city council because you want to run for something with the county or you want to run something at the state level. You know, it's a stepping stone. And that can be that here if you wanted to. But if you don't, if you just want to serve and then be done,
You can.
this is a good place to do it. So,
Tucker, thank you.
yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
Thank you
Thank you.
so much for
Alrighty.
your interest in what you're doing now.
Thank you. Thank you. I look forward to being more involved in the future.
But that was, you did a good job. Sorry, we're finishing a conversation.
Okay,
Hi, Ms. West, and you're free to unmask if you would like, and if you are more comfortable.
I keep it on just because I'm around the homeless, so for y'all's protection.
We've all been, I think we've all had our shots. So whatever you want to do.
It sounds like. just-
All right. So thank you for being here. See Ms. West, she's a District 1.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Okay,
And I'm showing 2 applications.
Yes.
So you applied for this Citizens Police Advisory Commission, and you remember the other one?
historical
Historic.
Okay, good.
commission.
Yeah, good. All right, well, thank you for being here. So this process is very simple. We have 3 questions. We've asked the same 3 questions of every candidate that's come through today. And, you know, and really a lot of times we don't have to ask all 3 because as you answer one of them, you answer some of the others too. So feel free to, you know, relax and this is your time. Are you nervous? I can't tell from your.
I am.
Don't be, don't be. You probably don't know everybody here. So why don't we introduce
Hi, I'm Susan Long.
Nice to meet you.
Tim Davis, I'm the mayor,
Wendell Williams.
and we're missing one, Jessica Walker, who is actually your district council member. So have you met Ms. Walker?
No.
Okay, all right. So first question, tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in serving on this board.
Okay, my name is Caitlin West. I am the executive director at St. Vincent de Paul. I've been there for almost 9 years.
Yes.
I have a huge passion for working with underprivileged children, spouses, family, the lost and the broken. I changed my life about 10 years ago. I was a hairstylist and I sold my salon to give back to the Lord, and it changed my life forever. I think that I've had a huge impact in the community with changing the homeless and bringing them into an environment where they can work daily and have life skills and goals to look forward to. And it was my dream to do this, so I've been doing it for the last 8 years.
Very good.
You said the last 8 years? Thank you.
How are y'all recovering from the fire?
We're coming along. Pat Patterson is our contractor, so we have 1 more month to go, and I'm really excited. We're gonna have showers and a kitchen and 2 bunk beds and washer and dryer for all the homeless that work for us daily. We have about 20 to 25 that come every day, so instead of them having to go to feed my sheep and select hours that are open, they'll have the privileges of honoring them and giving them some dignity to take care of themselves there. So we're gonna make it kind of like the Magnolia farmhouse look. So it's gonna be all different down there. It's gonna be really pretty.
Very, very interesting. That's good. I know that that was devastating. Maybe something positive.
Yes, sir. Yes,
That's
sir.
great. So I think you covered why you're interested in serving. Is there anything else you want?
Are you talking about the police board or the historical board or both?
Both, just,
I work with Chief Reynolds a lot. I really think a lot of him. He's a role model to me ever since he became the chief. I've seen a huge impact in the officers, working with the community, the lost and the broken, the resources that we have, and working collaboration together, feeding them, clothing them, finding resources for them. I work with the judges in the community that send lots of individuals to us for community service hours. And I've learned that it's really important after someone's been in trouble to try to break them down to understand why they're in trouble in the process of doing their community service hours. They sometimes come in very angry for whatever they are being accused of, they think. And I think just opening up to them, I always ask them to be honest with me and just tell me why you're here and why you got in trouble. And through the process, they always say they're not wrong at first. But then I think through our program of mentoring them, finding out that some of them need to be involved with MHMR and being on some meds, finding out that some of them are some veterans, and working with the DOM and working with the director at the VA, it really helps as a whole work together through our program for them to understand at the very end that things happen for a reason, and at the very end of their sentence, whatever you want to call it, that they realize they were wrong. And through the program, it helps them change their lives, and we help them. Most of them that come to us are street people, got in trouble, drugs, stealing, things like that. But we can help them get a job, and most of the time we do. We provide bikes for them and try to get them on their feet. We have lots of students from Temple High School that skip school all the time, that are lost and broken homes at home. And they come there daily, 2 or 3 times a week, just to have a family environment, have clothing, food. We have mentors, we have preachers come in and just talk to them and things like that. So I think when people get in trouble, you need a mentor. And sometimes the ticket makes you angry. And then you get so many tickets, you just keep running, and you don't have someone to actually face and say, tell me what you did wrong, and let's talk about everything that got you to this point so that we can turn the page and move forward. And you can talk to someone one time and you probably won't change. But when you have 30 hours or 50 hours you have to do, you can build a relationship with them. We probably serve maybe 8 to 10 people with community service hours a week. And I would say probably yearly, we successfully get maybe 75 to 100 into a job, doing construction work or working for Mr. Patterson or doing landscaping, things like that. We also help them get their IDs and their birth certificates. And that's another step that we do. Sometimes they don't know how to get those resources or have the money to do that, even sometimes connect them with their family. So we can take them off the streets. The historical one, I grew up in the historical district. My family's from New Orleans, so I used to live on St. Charles Avenue and bed and breakfast, and then we moved to Texas. And I've lived off of 9th Street since I was probably 7. And we moved around all over the historical district. I used to live behind the Josephs. I don't know if anyone knows Sherry Joseph in their little garage apartment. I lived there since I was 18 to 27. And then I had this little dream home I wanted. I bought the old mayor's home, CL Walker on 3rd Street. And so just growing up in that environment and being involved with the little board commission they have already going and decorating and keeping the historical movement alive really means a lot to me. My house is 141 years old.
You beat me.
And it
I'm in the
has,
house at King and 13. The Walker's old house used to have a baseball field behind it.
yes, sir.
Yeah, that's where I am.
Okay, cool.
So, again, you probably answered some of this already. What skills, talent, or experience would you say you would bring to this position?
So I work with the police department a lot with the domestic violence and CPS, and we provide diapers and food to clients that come over there that may need domestic violence. We have programs that we put them through. We help them sign up for WIC, food stamps. I work with some of the social workers over there, and they'll have someone that maybe has been abused. We can put them in a hotel. We can mentor them. We can give them a safe place to go throughout the day. We can help them get a job. I really see a huge difference, like I said, with Chief Reynolds in the community and the impact in the police officers being much more willing to stop and be open to listening to someone instead of just always being eager to try to arrest them. I've seen a huge difference in that. And I just think that with working in collaboration with agencies like St. Vincent de Paul, Salvation Army, Feed My Sheep, and building that partnership with the police so they are really aware of the resources that are available in the community, would say 50% of our population of the homeless, just knowing where to take them, knowing their crisis, knowing how to call HMR, MHMR, knowing how to call the VA would really help us people not see so many homeless doing destructive things on the street.
Very good. Very good. What would you like to accomplish as a board member?
I would like to see, for my sake, helping the homeless more, seeing a police officer more as a friend. I know this officer, I think his name is Briggs, I believe, the homeless officer, they call him. I do see him out a lot, but I would like to see more of a collaboration with the police department, helping that community a little bit better. We drop off water all the time in the summertime. They're so hot sitting there and there's not always water for them to be found. We drop off snacks all the time in the police department, just trying to develop a relationship. I can tell you that just the ones that come into St. Vincent de Paul, they look to get in trouble, some of them, just to get a place to feel safe at night, have a meal and take a shower, because those are not things that are just available to them at all times. So it's a process dealing with them because most of them are mentally unstable. And I think it's really important that the police understand that when you're dealing with someone mentally unstable, you can't handle them like a regular citizen because they just don't get it. And maybe from the drugs or the drinking or whatever they're going through, it's sometimes hard for a police officer to break themselves down on that level to understand how to interact with them. And sometimes a police officer can save someone's life. I would say 70% of our homeless in Temple are very suicidal. But one good note is we do a lot for the homeless here in Temple. I'm involved with a few other boards, but I can tell you that lots of people from Austin are coming here, as well as the officer brings them all over from Colleen, which is not the best. But we do have lots of very good programs that Austin doesn't even offer. So it is a very good place for the homeless. It's just finding them and getting them committed to returning to help change their life.
Do you sense, because I think Austin's going through the process of maybe changing their philosophy about tent cities.
Yes.
Is that going to, as you mentioned, you see people coming from Austin, do you see that increasing the Temple homeless population?
Most definitely, yeah. Probably each month we're receiving maybe 15 to 20 right now. They come in on the train and they come right behind St. Vincent de Paul. And there's some state troopers that have some good hearts. Maybe not everyone sees it like me, but they do have some good hearts and take them right to St. Vincent de Paul instead of giving them a warrant for your arrest or arresting them. It's a federal offense to write in, but they take them straight to us. And the first thing we do is we ask them for an ID. Maybe they do or they don't. And we feed them, we clothe them, we pray with them, we talk to them about our program. And then they sleep outside the front door, the new ones. And then after about 2 weeks, we give them a bike. And then after about 3 weeks, we get them into Salvation Army or look for a family or a friend that can take them in or try to reunite them with their family. But I can promise y'all, the homeless population is about to increase significantly here.
So what one city does, just moves the issue to another city.
Yes, and the officer, can't think of his name right now, I'm sorry. But the one in Colleen, he brings everyone over here. Yes, Kyle. And he means well, but it doesn't mean well for Temple, city of Temple, because it's
He's an
costing.
officer with the Killeen Police.
Yes, he brings probably 10 people over here a week, so that's 40 a month polluting Temple. And it's just bringing one problem to the next problem, but polluting our area, and I don't agree with that, but I don't even know how he's able to leave his district to come over here. I
So
don't,
he does it on, obviously on city of Clinton
yes, he
town, and the
does.
city of
It's
Clinton.
an unwritten clean policy.
Yeah, that's how he's getting away with it.
And the police officers,
Talk to the mayor.
Yeah.
the police officers here in Temple do not like him at all, and he knows it. But he brings all those problems over here, and those kind of people are just like a different caliber. Homeless are homeless, but like, I'll be honest with you, my homeless don't mix with you, my sheep homeless. We have our areas, we live in our people, but they don't mix. And so the ones over there, like Army, ex-Army, mental, need to be at the VA, he's tired of dealing with them, so he brings them over here.
So it's not because of a big heart he's bringing him here. He's getting them out of
Get him out of town.
Yeah.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah, and it's
not quite the VA theoretically.
So then they go to Salvation Army, they're out of control, they can't control them, they're around children, and so they're immediately thrown out on the street. So then they come to me, they're outside feeding my sheep, talking crap to people and causing fights, like the newcomers coming in. Homeless are very protective of their little areas they have or their corners. And these new guys come in and think they're the big shots and try to run everything and just causes more problems. They bring drugs over here. More drugs are coming into town because maybe they got in trouble for doing it over there. And now they're bringing them over here to sell. So it's a huge problem. I mean, already with the ones coming in from Austin right now.
What do you see as the solution?
One is telling the chief of Killeen that he needs to stop bringing them over here for sure, that Killeen needs to have its own resources because it's becoming our taxpayer dollar and polluting our area. And we don't have enough money or resources with our nonprofit to keep up. So that would be step one. I'm the city task force manager for the Homeless Coalition. And so we're working right now to try to organize all the committees together that are nonprofit to join an HMIS program to let everyone know who's who, where they've been, what's kind of their record and what's their track history to be successful. Yes, sir. We have people, let me just talk about the pantry. I serve like 375 people every Thursday. Throughout the week, I'm serving an additional 100, but they're going from pantry to pantry to pantry, and that's okay. But at some point, it has to stop because profits can't afford to feed the whole community. You know, $10,000 a week, that's a lot of
I
money.
can't afford the community in the whole region.
Yes, correct, yes, sir. So,
I was not aware of that.
Well, neither.
oh yeah,
I mean, it makes sense on the Austin deal because that's going to be very disruptive to the Austin.
oh yeah, the Greyhound people,
And they're not going to disappear. They're going to go someplace else.
yes, sir, and the Greyhound people tell them to come to Temple, that we're good people here and we do a lot for the homeless, and we do. But we can only take so much.
Well, thank you for sharing.
Wow,
Mhm.
that's hard.
We need to meet with Sagara and Colleen on this topic.
Yeah.
I've been saying this for 4 years, exactly this topic.
It's really out of control.
And y'all know the police officer from Killeen who's doing this, it's the same officer all the time.
Kyle,
Oh, yeah, Kyle. But he
Kyle, is
is,
that his first name or last name?
what's his last name? Kyle?
I don't know his last name.
How's his first name?
Yes.
We have a built-in connection with,
We need
Yeah,
to, we need
His
to-
library, is that how you're aware of this?
that's how I became aware of it, but, I also know it
More.
with Santa Fe Plaza, developing the plaza, we learned about the movement up and down the train tracks and the changes in Austin. read the Austin paper, you know, the tent cities under the bridges in Austin are being dismantled.
Dismantled.
They're coming here. And, and
Most of them have
the hop-
hotels, aren't they?
the HOP program, we learned it initially, when I was working with that, when I first came on council, that a lot of the homeless were coming from Killeen. There is one police officer, and it's gotten white, they're very
You
aware.
bought a pass
Huh?
on the hop from
Well,
Killeen to
no,
Temple?
but just when I was working with the HOP, I learned about this Kyle. He
Gotcha.
brings them, but it's an unwritten policy in Killeen that he picks them up periodically and brings them, dumps them at Scott and White or the VA. And they're assisted for X length of time, short length of time, and then they wind up downtown with Caitlin.
And if he truly wanted to help them, he would help them with the resources they have. There's family crisis. There's lots of different shelters over there. Churches take in people, but to be less of a problem for him, he brings them here, which creates a huge problem. When you start mixing this group of homeless with this group of homeless,
Great territory.
then it's gangs and the drugs, and it's really bad on the street. Like, I can take you places the police won't even go.
And so all of us in this room always think I would rather sleep under a roof, right, in a bed than outside with no bed. But my understanding is with a lot of that population, their preference is to be out on the street.
Yes, sir. So they've been on the streets maybe 15, 20 years now, but they don't know anything more.
Yeah,
And so they've learned to adapt, like going from a big house to a small house, you just learn to adapt, that they're just okay with it. But I do see a huge problem for Temple because it's growing so fast and so rapidly. I know for us at St. Vincent de Paul with the fire and everything, if we weren't able to receive some grants, we wouldn't be able to keep up.
His name is Kyle Moore.
yeah. I've got that in my notes.
He's a nice guy, but brings them what
He's
he's
just doing,
fine.
he's doing his job.
He's following what he's being told
What
to
he's being
do.
told.
But we have a built-in connection with Kathy
Kathy,
Davis.
oh, yeah, I follow you now.
The problem is he brings in the Salvation Army, and if they're a sex offender, which they usually are, or there's one other thing they don't allow, I was told, I forgot, I'm sorry, and most of the time they're full. They have, vet beds now that the VA pays them, I think, $3,000 a month now, so they're over bloating them with all the VA people because the DOM's closed, which means less beds for the homeless. So, the DOM is gonna reopen. I spoke with the chief at the DOM. They're supposed to reopen on April 1st, so that's good. So we can get some of the mental ones back on their meds because they haven't had an advocate. They haven't been able to get their medicine in over a year. They haven't had their mentors. They haven't had anything. So
The VA just shut down the Dom with COVID,
yes,
kicked them out.
yes. And I went over there 3 times now and they wouldn't do anything until Miss Sue Hamby wrote that to the editor about y'all need to open it up because these people are suicidal. They want to jump off things like the bridges and jump onto a train because they literally have no hope. And you can't put them in a program for so long and literally just throw them out the door.
You know, it's interesting, I wrote with Temple Police about a year ago, when you could do that kind of thing. And during that time frame, there was about 4 or 5 calls. If there was 5 calls, 4 of them were for homeless people, mentally disturbed people at Scott and White, at the hotel next to Scott and White, at the convenience store close to Scott and White. And these police officers, by that time, they knew the people.
Yes.
They've been called numerous times, but there's not much they can do and no solution because there's no place for them to. And the police department working with the mentally challenged is probably in many cases not a good fix.
Oh, no, because the police don't have that much mental health training and certainly don't have medical training or the ability to administer medication if needed.
Ms. West,
Thank you for bringing all this up.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Do you have any questions for us or anything else you just really feel like we need to know?
I just wanted to try to apply for this. If I get it, I do. It's the Lord's will. But if not, I'm always here to help anyone. I'm not a person that tries to be like in the news or anything. I'm just me, and I love to help people truly. So if there is anything I can ever do, I'll continue to help the police in any way. But you ever want to go with me around one day or follow me at work and just get to know these people or hear their concerns and just kind of see on a daily basis or a weekly basis, the difference it can make, and just having an advocate to listen to, a healthy, strong-willed, godly person to help them, you're more than welcome to do that.
You know, one of our goals this year that we are taking strides toward is seriously addressing the homeless population. And so if, you know, if you don't make it onto this board or you don't make it on, whatever, we will find a place for you with the homeless initiative we have here. Because there's just so much knowledge that you already have. So thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
I very much enjoyed our time.
Am I on last interview?
You are.
Okay, y'all can go home now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank y'all.
Thank you, man.
Dead people,
I
we
do.
do you a great supper.
Not right now, but I will tell you that Salvation Army opens at 6 o'clock.
Oh, great.
Anybody welcome.
If we hurry, we can make it.
Yes, ma'am.